This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hello and welcome to round 4 of Norway chess. It's one of the few tournaments where a technical, refined draw gets transformed into a drama-filled Armageddon game. Yes, this tournament is full of fighting chess. There's been a few surprises, but we've had a lot of fun along the way. I'm Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson.
Hello.
And
today we have Carlsen, right?
We do have Carlsen, and we also have Wesley So, and against Vichy Anand. Of course, Vichy Anand leading the tournament with 7.5 points. Wesley So is his nearest rival. So if Wesley So wins this in the classical portion, well, he gets 3 points and overtakes Vichy. Drama. Jan. And then we have Timur Rajabov against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Veselin Topalov against Arian Tari, Wang Hao against Mama Jaroff. So, okay, bearing in mind their previous scores, what are your predictions? Rajabov against MVL.
Draw.
Draw. Who's going to win in the Armageddon portion then?
Oh, we have to predict that too?
Yes.
That's tough. Maxime.
Maxime, okay. I'm going to go, that was actually my guess as well.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'll go first with Veselin Topalov. I think he's going to beat Arian Tari in the classical portion. That's, you know, it's a brave decision, but I think he's going to do it. Your turn.
Draw.
Wang Hao, okay. Wang Hao Shakriar.
I'll say, that's a tough one. I'll say draw.
Yeah, I'm also going to say draw. Who takes it in Armageddon?
Wang Hao with white. Wang Hao's going to win the Armageddon.
Okay, I kind of agree with that. Okay, now the big ones. Wesley So against Vichy Anand.
I think this one, I'll go with a draw.
Okay, I was also going to go with draw. Wesley So winning in the Armageddon portion. And finally, Carlsen against Giri. For me, it's going to be a win for Magnus.
Oh, interesting. I don't know. I'm feeling bold today. I will say another draw. But I believe Magnus will come through.
Yeah.
In the Armageddon.
Yeah, I mean, I was taking a look at the scores, you know, not too many victories for Anish, especially in the classical portion.
They have an interesting history, because Anish beat him in the first game they ever played, I think back in 2011. And then for 5 years or something, Magnus couldn't win a tournament game against him. So might have been mentioned once or twice that Anish was in the lead in their direct matchup. But it has changed since, and now I think, what was it? It's 5-1 in Magnus's favor in classical. And Giri hasn't beaten Carlsen in a tournament game since the very first time they played, over 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe today's the day.
Maybe today is the day. Maybe the players are going to take inspiration from the fact that tomorrow we all have a free day. And
That does sound inspiring.
And
the sun is shining.
Yeah, it will be 20 degrees. And for those people who are familiar with Scandinavia, this is very, very warm. And there you can see the schedule. In fact, the players have some nice activities lined up, don't they?
Oh, can we join?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're allowed.
Let me rephrase. Do we have to join?
Yes. Yes, yeah, you absolutely do. You're forced to join
What's
in
the
these
program?
events. Okay, so there's potentially a boat trip, and the second one is actually going to be a giant chess set is going to be launched in Stavanger Center.
Oh.
Yeah.
How big is it?
It's really big and very heavy. Apparently, I think the queen weighs like 250 kilos.
Wow. So
But
it's
she
the biggest chess set ever?
No, I don't think it's the biggest chess set ever, but the heaviest one probably. And it moves on wheels, and the teams will kind of be, okay, and we're off. And what has Magnus played?
It looks like
D4.
But I want more info on that giant chess set.
No, it's yep, D4.
What time? Where do we have to be?
I think it's 1 p.m.
1
at the
p.m.
park.
That's doable.
It's doable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, are we going to see knight f3, knight c3? What do you predict? I think knight f3.
Well, he's been playing the Catalan recently. So is he gonna stick with it or try to surprise Anish and play a move that's not g3? Yeah, there comes the knight to c3, and Giri will have to make up his mind. He's of course capable of playing anything. His favorites are the Ragozin or the semi-Tarash, and he's probably slightly surprised by knight c3, as g3 is what Carlsen has been playing in this tournament and also what he played in Vachier-Lagrave against Anish.
I reckon it's going to be a semi-Tarash. That seems to be all the range these days. But Ragozin is a good choice.
It's an excellent move. Brings the bishop out, pins the knight, prepares castling. What more could you want from him?
Yeah. What is the? I mean, I saw a lot of the top players on the tour were kind of reacting to that bishop b4 with queen a4 check. Seems to be quite trendy at the minute. And you like this move, queen a4, or do you think it's actually better to capture the pawn in the middle or develop the bishop? Or
Nothing
they're
really,
all the same.
Really gives an advantage. So you just look for directions that are a little fresh. And yeah, recently it's been a trend here. Maybe they hope to win the bishop, but normally black parries this check with knight c6. But Anish, he's not in the mood, and as you correctly predicted, he goes for pawn to c5, when the line that everybody's playing now is cd5, cd4, which, yeah, is a very direct attempt to force the issue. Giri also does like this line with knight takes d5, the more classical semi-Tarash, but c takes d4 is so direct.
Yeah.
That's hard to resist, and there he goes.
Yeah, and again, another very popular variation. And as you mentioned, this was actually a line that Magnus Carlsen himself played with the black pieces when he faced the young Indian talent Anand, who is actually here
Is that him?
in
No.
Stavanger. No, that's not.
Sorry, no,
No, no, not him. No, he's actually here in Stavanger. He's actually playing in the Norway Open tournament and top seed there. So
Is he coming to the giant chessboard tomorrow? Do we know?
he's probably playing chess. I think the tournament kicks off today, and at some point they have a double round. I don't know too much details, I'm afraid, but I know it's very exciting happenings here in this city. It's a city. I always refer to this as a town because, you know, I'm
You're
from
big
England.
city people from Bergen. You'd look down on Stavanger.
No, it's a big city people from London. And so to me, like Bergen is like village town, but no, city apparently.
How big is Stavanger? Like 70,000 people?
I know that the overall population in Norway is 5 million.
Does that information help us?
No, it doesn't, but we can distribute. And I think it goes like this. Okay, so it goes Oslo's the biggest city, and then it goes Bergen, and then I think Trondheim, and then Stavanger. I don't know.
Sounds right to me.
Yep. Any Norwegians in the chat can probably correct me, but I have no idea.
C takes d4, queen takes d4, e takes d5 on the board. Yeah, this position we've seen in this tournament, for example, in Rajabov versus Tari, this was played. And it's the big decision here, this endgame after e4, which looks better for white, but recently black has been very much holding his own with d takes e4. So people have mainly switched, or when trying to get an advantage, played bishop to g5 and played these positions, which we've seen, for example, in MVL versus Mama Jaroff. Let's see what Magnus has up his sleeve, or if he's surprised by this line. But he can't be. That's what everybody's playing.
No, everyone is playing this, and I agree. Bishop g5, most popular move, recommended by Sam Shankland in his chessboard course.
Ooh.
Yeah, I
Probably that's why everybody switched.
exactly. And the e4 line that you mentioned, we actually saw that happen between Topolov and Tari, round one. And yeah, so according to Oddbjörn, you were 200,000 out, 270,000 people
In the city of Stavanger?
Yeah,
But no, that's combined. That's the area. Come on, you can't trick me.
Stavanger.
That's the bigger area with Sandnes. Come on, just talking Stavanger. I'm a half Norwegian. You can't trick me on these facts, chat. Please.
You can trick me. I'm very bad at geography. Two subjects I'm terrible at: geography and maths.
So, number of inhabitants. Your two worst nightmares are coming together, like
Yeah.
geography and math.
No, but I do know that there's 5 million inhabitants in Norway. There's like 60 million in London, and yeah.
So your
Lots of
point
people
is
in the world.
London is bigger.
London
than
is
Norway.
bigger than Norway, yeah.
Bishop to g5, bishop to e7. e3 is usually played, short castles. And then white has a choice between all these moves. Rook d1, bishop e2, bishop d3, queen a4. That's where it begins.
Yeah, it is where it all begins. And well, one thing to kind of, one little line, that is if you do attack the queen, you don't actually move the queen, you pin.
You don't attack it.
No.
This, I think, is considered to be a little premature.
Yes.
Because black wants to make sure that once you attack the queen, it really has to move. So you start with castles. Keep this in reserve.
And will be interesting to see how this game develops. And I can see that Magnus actually has played this before against Nepomniachtchi. So that game was a draw, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a mess. Magnus was better early on, but didn't manage to win. He also played this on the black side against Pragnananda, which he won. So yeah, everybody has experience with this line nowadays.
Yeah. And we're probably expecting castles. Well, I think we will see them move castles. And shall we move on to Wesley against Vichy?
All right. Wesley, sacrifice a pawn. Pawn to d4. Still well known, but a pawn sacrifice nonetheless. Most black players in this symmetrical English, whatever you want to call it, started playing d6 here to avoid this very e6, d4. Because here, d4 loses a lot in strength. But Vichy, diligent worker, doesn't seem to be afraid of the complications here. The point is c takes d, knight b5, threatening a check here. And asking black what he wants to do about it. I'm not that booked up in this line, I have to admit. I think last time I checked, d5 was supposed to be fine. And then after cd5, give this check. But I am not sure what the current thinking on this is. I would guess they know though.
No, yeah. So, well, I can check. I can check the latest trends. Let's have a look. But it will take me a little while I get it all. And well, I check the databases.
Vichy's taking a moment, but it's unlikely he's surprised by pawn to d4. This is well known as the critical move.
And yeah, lots and lots of games. Pawn takes, pawn, knight takes has been played. Has Vichy even faced it himself? Yes, he has. So he's totally unsurprised. He faced it against Gelfand in 2017.
He's played so many games.
Yeah,
If he had something 5 years ago, sometimes it's still rough to recall the details.
Do you remember all your games? No.
So many quick draws, they all merge in my head to one quick draw. Pawn to c4 might have come as a small surprise for Anand. Not that he's not prepared for it, but he might not have spent his morning looking at this line. So understandable that he's taking a moment here to collect his thoughts.
Yeah. And okay, so let's carry on whilst Anand continues with his reflections and go on to Rajabov against MVL.
Oh,
Yeah.
exciting stuff.
Ooh,
One of the
Grunfeld.
most solid lines you can play against the Grunfeld. Bishop c6 and queen c2. This is the big new trend where white even sacrifices a pawn, but his position does remain tremendously solid. I can never quite recall how this line goes. You go 95? What's the move over here? Queen d4, bishop b2. Did I lose a bishop? How do they play this?
Okay. I will find out because I'm not a great Grunfeld expert. So, yep, they play 95.
Yeah, but what's the line? Queen d4?
So Queen D4 is mainstream stuff. Bishop
Yeah.
B2.
And then, why
And
am I
then-
not losing a piece? Queen b6?
Queen B6 is the move. Rook A B1.
Ah, that's how you get there. Is it? I'm very confused. Now you take, yeah?
And yeah, you take. And after bishop takes E5, Queen A5.
Ah, and then bishop c3. And queen c5 was
Queen C5, yep.
Shankland's big novelty.
Yep.
No, it's a very safe line for white, although white is a pawn down with the opposite color bishops and this slightly weakened black king. There is not a lot of risk for white. The question is if there's enough potential to generate an attack. Bluebaum won a game here in the European Championship, and there have been occasions where white was putting some pressure. But since this is the one hot, trendy Grunfeld line, it's hard to believe that Maxime, who sometimes gets caught in the opening, but even he must have heard. That's what all the cool kids are playing now, and must have had a look.
Yep.
So Rajabov playing it very, very safely.
He is playing it safely, but, you know, the games have only appeared in 2022, so he's playing in a very trendy fashion. You know, you can play safe, trendy, popular.
Yeah, but the problem is if you play trendy with white, that probably the other cool kids are also aware of the trend, and then it gets hard to find an advantage, because everyone was just checking this recently. It's different with black, where usually
Yeah.
you hold, that's why they often all play the same lines with black. But with white, it's tough.
So is it better to go into the past and see whether you can reinvigorate a line from the days of yonder?
I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily reviving anything, but playing that one line that is currently all the hype, normally at the highest level, is tough. I'm not sure, because everything is sort of from the past. Right? I don't think you have to look what they played in the 80s, but pick a line that maybe has been with white, has some surprise value. I think that's often important. That's so case by case. I don't really know what I'm saying. I think I'm saying if you pick a very forcing line that is currently all the rage, and so all the black Grunfeld players have had to think about how to react to it, it's less likely that you'll win, but who knows?
Yeah. A forcing line, I agree with you, is maybe not the kind of the most practical choice if you want to win. I mean, if you want to pose a few problems and black says, yeah, okay, fine, you know, I know this line very good, and then the draw is agreed, move on to Armageddon, that's okay. But I do think it's a good idea at the lower levels, though.
Yeah, there it's different. No, I'm saying at the top level, where people
At the top levels, yeah, they have to work. This is their living. This is the thing about chess. You know, you have different approaches for the different stages of chess that you're at. What works at 2800 doesn't work at what level would you say roughly that you could have a surprise value with a trendy opening like this?
Most
20.
levels. Then again, Grunfeld players, they they usually are quite diligent about their lines, so I'm not sure if it's just about theory or not just about rating, but also a bit about the opening. But yeah, at most levels, frankly, people have studied an opening once, and then now and then you might update something, but usually you read your repertoire book or you checked your chessable course and you stick to it. You're not supposed to constantly upgrade. So there, even at, I don't know, I don't want to offend any theoreticians out there, but even at 2500 level, I think you'll have pretty good chances if you check the trendy line with the white pieces. Here, I'm not sure. But of course, for Rajabov, it's also very tough because he has to hide his preparation for the candidates, or at least that's usually the argument. And I think for years he's had to save it for this one big tournament.
Yeah.
Before he had to save it for the last candidates, and now for this candidate. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And this is really kind of unusual, and I like this kind of having to reveal. But generally, I've seen when you have had to hide, they've been playing sidelines here and there and everywhere. But
sidelines, it's harder to be completely safe.
True. And when it comes to the scoring system, it's actually much better to get a draw. You know, because after all, if you lose the Armageddon game, you pick up 1 point. The winner only takes 1.5 points.
But isn't it better with white to try to get 3 points? Not that I would do it, but
Yeah.
I thought the scoring system encourages you to.
It does
try to win
encourage
with
you
white
to
in the
fight.
classical.
Yeah, and so far the pawns. So far, the players are actually following the theory. So now the bishop will retreat to c3, and the queen will slide across to c5.
Yeah, c5 is not the only square. Computers also give queen a6 as equal and so on, but queen c5 was the latest
Yep.
trend, trying to simplify the position more directly.
Okay. So, well, we have some trendy opening variations here. And what about Topalov against Tari?
Yeah, also somewhat trendy, although this you could argue is retro. And the Italian, for example, is also something that everybody plays, but I think that's a trend that's here to stay because it's of a lot less forcing nature and there are so many options afterwards. And this was sort of born out of necessity because in the Berlin or even the Marshall, black was doing so well, so white players desperately needed some other set of positions after e4, e5. Here for years everybody played c3, but recently, I'm not sure if you can call this a trend, but they even went back to this move you see in a lot of under 10 tournaments or beginner tournaments, because that's usually what people are first taught. Bring out the knights, bring out the bishop, go short castles. So this position, I've seen a lot recently, also in streamer tournaments. This is very, very popular. And now it's arrived at the highest of levels.
Yeah. I have to say, I was coaching at an under 10 tournament a few years ago. Every single game started like this.
Same.
And I can tell you that it also went d6, black copied. And after castles, this is the big point. The bishop comes out to g5, and they would copy as well. And yep.
Watch this under 10 kids. You'll checkmate them.
Yeah.
Unless they find 92. But they won't. Even if they do, you're still better.
Yeah. No, they weren't as sophisticated as capturing on the f6 with the bishop. They captured with the knight.
So how does the game go?
Yeah, like this, bishop h6, and then black would get very excited and inflict the same type of thing. Knight takes. Yeah. I kid you not, most games ended like this, and at the end of it, I just had enough, and so I recommended to some of the kids, look, you can stop the bishop coming out to g5, put a pawn on h6.
Ah, and Tari probably, was he playing in that tournament?
Was Tari playing in that tournament? No, Tari was not playing in the tournament.
Because he also did this.
Although I did play
H6.
Tari when he probably was around about, say, 13 years old.
Yeah, he's been around.
Yeah.
So he goes h6, one of the many moves here. d6 is fine, castle is fine. a6 also has its fence. White's point is after d6 at this level to grab the bishop with knight to a4. So usually black, well, it's not the end of the world either, but usually black doesn't want to allow just yet. Plays h6 or a6, making a luft for the bishop. And it's interesting, if black goes h6 after some more messing around, now this bishop e3 becomes a stronger move. Because once these pawns are taken, black would much rather have the pawn on, these bishops are exchanged, I should say, much rather have the pawn on h7. So bishop e3 gains in strength after h6. I'm not sure it's such a big difference, but let's say castles, knight e7. This is a typical maneuver, trying to put the knight here. Here all these knight h4 things are more annoying. With the pawn on h6, rook f6 and queen h5 gains in strength. It's harder for black to play knight g6. So bottom line, h6 has a lot of pluses, stops bishop g5, but it allows white this idea with bishop e3, which is less effective, let's say, yeah, at black.
Yeah. It was quite sophisticated exclamation you gave there, Jan.
I do love my very slow Italians. That's how I spend my time. Because these positions there, they're just fine for black. But with the pawn on h6, it's much trickier.
Yeah.
So there is subtleties, even in the driest of positions.
Definitely. And okay, can you use the same logic and try to do the same as black? So after you've traded the bishops,
Yeah, you can go
bishop e6 and say, look, we're the same.
Yeah, white is not forced to take neither as black. Sometimes you even see this structure where white accepts all these horrible pawns but gets a nice grip on the center and could still try to play here on the f-file or a well-timed knight d5, just grab more space with a5. These positions always confuse me. But it's also possible. Nah, knight d5, I guess. Doesn't do much.
Okay.
To play these types of things with the extra tempo and hope that there is something small to aim for.
Okay.
Usually you don't see black doing it, but I'm not sure. I have a soft spot for just going bishop e6 here.
Immediately.
Just, offering to play this structure with black, with these horrible pawns.
I must admit, I would never ever have played like that. But now it's on the board and now I know about the pattern. I'm like, okay, I'm down with it. You get the control over the d4 square, you get some open lines, pressure. Why not?
Yeah. Could also start with castles and ask white how much he thinks this is. In general, of course, they're fighting for small margins here and trying to decide what pawn structure they want. That's interesting to me that this kid's line really is back on the map also at the highest of levels.
Yeah.
Vaseline all dressed up today. I thought it was casual Friday, but Vaseline is wearing a tie and everything.
Yeah, you got to look the part, right? If you feel good, you do good. You think good.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll dress up again tomorrow.
I liked your jumper, by the way.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Cool picture.
But playing with a tie, I never liked it. I don't think I've ever done it. It feels like it's, yeah. It feels slightly less comfortable than without. I'm not sure if he has all the buttons closed. Let's see. Hard to see.
Is he the only participant wearing a tie? Maybe it's because he's in Norway, because in Norway only managers or like seriously high achievers wear ties.
Ah, okay.
So this is a
Is that a
message.
thing?
Maybe he's just done some research on Norwegian culture.
Because I see a lot of Norwegians walking around in suits, like even
Yeah,
if it's not
but they don't
needed,
wear
there's no
ties.
tie, so it's a status
Yeah.
symbol. I didn't know.
I didn't know that either.
I'll
In
wear
the
a
UK,
tie tomorrow.
In the UK, everyone wears ties. It's like standard. You dress up to go to the office, tie.
But is there an even higher level where you don't have to wear the tie anymore because you made it and it's uncomfortable?
Well, that's That's what it's like in the UK. If you're allowed to go into an office without a tie,
Right.
then you know you've made it. But it has to be a very nice suit.
Uh-huh.
You know, if you have a badly fitting suit, then it might look like you're doing other things.
Got it.
Yeah.
So it's the other way around.
Status symbol, yeah.
In Norway, if you made it, you put on the tie.
Yeah,
In the UK, you take it off.
exactly. I think it's because in the UK you spend all your childhood wearing ties. You go to school, you wear a
Doesn't-
uniform, you have to wear a tie.
You have to wear a tie in school?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Did you not have to wear uniforms?
No.
Did any other European country have to wear uniforms?
I think it's
This is
just
just a
you
British
guys.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there we go.
I don't know if that's true. I'm sure school uniforms are a thing, but no.
No, they're not a thing
Not
in
in
Norway.
Germany. Yeah.
And also calling the teacher by their first names is a thing in Norway.
Really?
Yeah.
It just sounds wrong.
And totally. They're not there, you know, they're your teacher, not your friends.
How can you rebel against their authority if you call them by the first name?
Okay, let's finally check out the last game, which is Wang Hao against Mama Jaroff. Shak.
Good old open Spanish. Long-time favorite for...
Has a pawn
Mama
reached
Jaroff.
C2? No, I'm very sad.
Bishop E7. Bishop C2. This is another opening I don't know very well. But Bishop C2, I guess, is a thing. Knight BD2 here or on the previous move are the main lines is C3, Bishop E7, Bishop C2. I don't know the details very well, but what are they doing? Are they just making a draw? What is he doing? So the bishop goes from here to here. Black bishop goes from here to here. The white bishop returns. Is this just
This
an
is
early move repetition?
maybe they heard our broadcast yesterday, you know, or actually maybe they've heard every single broadcast, and you know we've been campaigning for a tournament with
More quick
just
draws. Get to the Armageddon. Get it over with.
more Armageddons. I mean, that's where the fun and excitement is. So
Wang Hao.
let's get there in one go.
You don't come out of retirement to play long classical games. Give us some action.
Okay, they are going to give us
Repeat
some
moves.
action.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Should be 3. Mama Jaroff thinking about it.
Okay.
Go back, Schach.
This is really unusual. This is the first time I've ever commentated on a long play tournament, and I'm actively encouraging the players to agree to a 12 move repetition.
Ah, I've always done it.
Really?
Sure.
Sure. There's a... So what for you is the beauty about draws?
You can't lose that much rating with a draw normally. In these close tournaments,
Okay.
you get to keep your rating. And as you see by the field, rating is very important for invitations. So you keep your status.
Okay.
Like sometimes the spectators lose out a bit, but here they have the Armageddon.
Yeah, so everyone is happy. The players keep their rating. We get
You
the,
make sure there's
the
no
thrill
there's
and
no pesky
spills.
newcomers in these tournaments. Pragna stays in the open.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You have a very persuasive logic, Jan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chicken Chess Club podcast. Check it out.
Yeah, definitely. I need to listen to this.
Nah, you don't.
Yeah. I actually, it's on my must listen to.
Sure,
I
sure,
just need to get motoring. Okay, let's go back to Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. And if the game between Wang Hao and Shak does end in an early move repetition, well, we will go back to that game when the Armageddon kicks off. And what do we think about this type of position? It kind of reminds me of a Caro-Kann with colours reversed.
It reminds me of an Alapin with colors reversed. It's called Alapin. I just like saying Alapin.
It is called an Alapin or a C3 Sicilian for those
okay.
who are less refined.
Now. We switch.
Okay. Good job. So,
no, it's also theory. Queen b5 looks logical here, trying to exchange queens, but then black is active enough, for example, with g5 followed by knight e4. Or I think you take first, actually. It takes. However, white recaptures g5, knight e4, more or less equalizes. So usually they go something like rook ft1, rook d8. And now I think rook d2 has been played. Kragnanda played a3 in some position like this against Magnus. When Magnus, I'm not sure if the rook went to d8, there was some a3, a6. Well, Magnus was slightly worse, but later on went on to win a nice game. But it does look like the world champion is a bit surprised by this opening choice by Giri, which I'm a bit surprised that he's a bit surprised, because this is what all the solid guys play with black now. Maybe just didn't expect it from Anish.
yeah.
Taking his time here. Well,
Yeah.
Giri is still very much above.
And yeah, I agree with you. But why doesn't he just repeat what Pragnananda did against him? Is it, are we now in mind games territory?
No, but as mentioned, surprise value is sort of important at these levels, and just repeating the line, I can't recall what it was. Was it a3 here directly?
Yeah, it was a3.
Yeah, a3 here directly. I think there were some more direct ways for black to equalize, some rook fd8 and some quicker d4. So he probably knows that and is now looking for a better way. Well, Anish will certainly have seen that game as well.
Yeah, definitely. So this is what I was kind of like thinking about, you know, so he's thinking, okay, a3 was played, but I do remember Magnus criticizing b4. He was kind of, he said that b4 kind of gave Magnus a little bit of a hook to bite on the queen side. So now he's coming to think about the moves that he recommended. So what other moves can you do? Rook ft1, that's been played before. But we know that Magnus likes to choose the fourth choice of the computer. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure how prepared he is for this scenario. It looks like he's genuinely thinking about the position. He's not one to usually bluff that. Of course he will recall his games, but it doesn't look like they expected this for today, and he has something very specific in mind. Which is bad news, because it's not easy to get the game going here if you don't have very targeted preparation.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, that's why this line is so popular, that for black it's reasonably small territory, and even these positions. For someone as diligent as Anish, you can probably work out till equality with the help of this break or this g5 knight e4 counterplay if needed. So Anish seems to be winning the opening battle here so far.
And you reminded me of Magnus's confession yesterday. You remember he said he was kind of giving birthday wishes to Jon Ludvig Hammer, Joachim Nielsen, and then he said something in Danish, a message to Peter. And I didn't understand it. It went right over my head. But then I was told, actually, it was a reference to the Danish tennis player. I think his name is Ruud, I'm not quite sure. He apparently he's playing in the Paris Opening, and he kept saying to his mother, "Forlaat," which apparently means like, or forlaat. I'm not Danish, so I'm not quite sure. Okay, we see bishop takes knight on the board.
Oh, very direct.
And that means leave. Yeah, apparently that means just leave the room. So it was just like some joke reference to that, but maybe
Sounds like
referencing the opening preparation, and kind of like, you know, hey, this is what we came up with. Go leave. But Magnus with some very subtle sense of humor. And well, knight, bishop takes. How is this forcing variation going to work out? So bishop takes knight is what I would play. Well, I would calculate.
Yeah, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes.
Queen takes pawn.
Yeah, you could throw in rook d8, I'm not sure.
Let's throw in.
someone also did this recently. No,
Oh, we have an.
Par foregående trekkene. Så ja, nei, det var rett og slett litt overraskende. Altså, vanligvis så spiller sort dronning B6, rokade torn D8 i stedet for løper E6. Så han hadde sikkert et eller annet poeng, men jeg tenkte sånn, ja, det er sikkert teori det her, og han vet hvordan han holder, men det var for han i hvert fall litt annet å tenke på enn ellers. Så jeg tenkte bare sånn, det var en ekstra mulighet til å til å spille på en litt annen måte, og altså sånn rent statisk sett da, så føler jeg de stillingene som jeg kan få her med ulikfargede løpere egentlig en god del bedre for hvit, fordi jeg får press mot F7, mot hvitfelteren min, og potensielt også mot diagonalen mot H7. Så det finnes sikkert en eller annen konkret løsning. Det er selvfølgelig også en mulighet at han bare har husket feil, gjort noe rart i åpningen. Det kan han ikke utelukke, men sånn akkurat nå, jeg antar at han vet hva han gjør, men jeg er ikke helt sikker, og jeg følte det var en rimelig sjanse å ta i hvert fall.
Please translate every word he said.
Nervous laughter, because he kind of reeled out a lot of lines, and then he said he's not sure, and I might have to reference the Norwegians here in the audience. What did he say? Exactly, but along the lines he's not sure. He's not. There's like he's thinking about concrete lines.
Yeah, he looked somewhat.
He didn't look quite comfortable.
Unhappy. Yeah, as mentioned, it seems like he hasn't prepared this exact scenario for today, which is a mild surprise, and maybe he's trying to force the issue with his bishop f6 to a slightly better safe position, but it's not supposed to refute black's play. No, I've criticized it yesterday. It's not Magnus's fault, of course, but I think if he learned just a bit of English to give these statements, so more people could understand them, it would really help growing the game of chess beyond Norway. But I don't know, he's just too focused on the 64 squares.
Yeah, you know, chess is demanding, as we found out from the top players. You know, you have to do at least 10 hours a day, at least. But you can't do 16.
No, 16 is too much.
16 is too much.
You can burn yourself out.
Yeah.
Also for Magnus it's tough because I'm not sure exactly how his sleeping habits are, but I think he sleeps like 10 hours a night, so he can't even get to 16.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably. And okay, so bishop takes. This kind of, to me, it just looks like it's going to fizzle out into a draw.
Yeah.
Bishop, is there anything?
Why my brain over move orders here, like, because there was also something to be said about starting with this, and maybe saving bishop e6 for later. Also, what is Anish thinking about bishop f6? Is he considering knight to b4? Like, he won't play g takes f. It's all a bit confusing, because this bishop f6, knight d5 does look slightly better for white. But yeah, knight b4, just lose a piece. Mm-hmm. So that wasn't very good.
No.
And he has recaptured.
He has? Okay, so knight takes pawn.
Yeah, that's the only sensible move. If not, you don't give up.
You should take that knight.
Yep.
And another question. Well, the thing that worried me about perhaps like attacking the queen is that the queen could kind of slide over to the f5 square.
Yeah, it feels premature. You might as well take the pawn, and some rook to d8 doesn't really run away.
And ask questions to the bishop. Now is the time maybe to, well, first of all, we have to calculate what's going to happen after queen takes rook. That's a no-go.
Yeah. In such positions when the rooks need a while to get into the game, usually the queen is superior. And yeah, here. I think the attack on these light squares will be too powerful.
Yep. It certainly looks unpleasant. So don't touch that rook. It's not a comfortable trade because we're told at home at the beginning, you know, rooks 10 points, queens.
You were told rooks 10
no,
points?
No,
That explains a lot.
no, the rooks, I kind of misspoke. Rooks, 2 rooks together, 10 points.
Gotcha.
1 queen, 9 points. And so lots of people would just go, well, queen takes rook. But it's, again, not what they are, it's what they do. And so now maybe the queen can drop back.
Yeah, I don't know, it's still not such an easy position. Black has to be precise, so maybe it's a good practical choice by Magnus. Also looks like Anish is slightly surprised by this turn of events. He's taking his time here after knight takes d5, although it looks like bishop takes d5 is very, very forced. So they're both trying to surprise each other a little bit, which could be good news in terms of getting a game. It's not like one side is just blitzing out all the moves and we go to the Armageddon.
Yeah. And let's move on to Wesley against Anand, because somehow things have taken a turn for the dramatic and it looks like a very unbalanced position.
Vichy is going for the sharpest possible line. Knight to e4, pawn to d5, check and king f8. They mean business today. Bishop d7 looks more logical here, but then this knight still gives a check and the king has to move. So it's better to get out of the way directly. Queen a3, queen e7. I've never looked at this. I've seen this position maybe in these marine books or somewhere. I've seen it around, but I've never studied it. Looks very scary for black.
Yeah, it does look scary, but I know lots of good defenders who go, well, but just take a look at black's pawn structure. Look how beautiful it is.
Who are these people?
Yeah, who are these people? They're just people from the past.
Oh.
But it's nice though, it's all in light squares.
That is true.
The black king is safe for the time being. The
Pawn up
pieces,
for black?
Pawn up, yeah, you can't underestimate the value of extra material. I'll kind of concede that the dark square bishop can be a little bit awkward. So for instance, if black, you know, plays knight to f6, then maybe questions might be asked of that bishop.
Yeah. This would not be a great trade because the dark squares would be terminally weak.
Yeah. So there is some issues with development.
Also, the clock doesn't seem like Vichy is happily blitzing into this line, while Wesley is making his moves very quickly. Looks like Wesley managed to surprise Vichy, and that's brings me back to this situation, because if you're surprised by this line, and Vichy obviously knows this, you can always play d6 and there won't be any sharp lines. Here white castles, and now you choose between e6, e5, bishop f5. All these are popular moves leading to more positional play, which Vichy could play in his sleep. So if he's not booked up here, then why go for this? I mean, this is known to be the critical move. I'm a bit puzzled what went wrong there. If something went wrong, maybe he just knows this is fine. It needs a while. That looks like the tiger's playing with fire.
Having said that, you know, I have seen Vichy play incredibly sharp, very ropey looking positions, and he's worked them all out to a draw.
No, of course, but then he usually, I guess, wouldn't be spending that much time, or he's trying to recall things. I'm a bit puzzled. Of course, he can play very sharply, and especially with black, if you want to fight for clean equality, you can't shy away from very sharp positions. Just the clock situation makes me think maybe this wasn't the plan for today.
Yeah.
The computer says this is an equal position, so I'm not saying it's bad. It just looks risky if you're surprised. The computer says knight h6.
Yeah, knight h6 is kind of normal. It was my first move, but there might be people asking, well, what about bishop takes knight and the king is on the edge of the board out in the open? But yes, it's true, but that will only happen for one move.
Yeah, you don't give that
You
pretty
don't-
bishop.
Exactly. So don't swap off those moves. But yeah, knight h6 makes a lot of sense, and then, like you said, rook ft8. And how is white going to start attacking?
e4 looks like a pretty scary move to begin with. You can't take en passant, although it's legal. But then queen takes. It's a double attack. Knight g4, queen e2, and the black pieces start being, what do you call this? Overloaded? Nah.
Yeah, overloaded, hanging, loose,
Loose.
tactical weaknesses.
They drop.
They fall off. Yep, you don't want them like this, at least. And all of black's pieces are not well placed there. So e4.
Wesley also knows everything. Knight h6 on the board. Probably
Okay.
Vachier also knows. He just needs a while to refresh his memory. But Wesley will just blitz out e4. I'm saying e4 in less than 2 minutes.
That's the top move of the computer. So yep, ironically enough, the second top choice is actually to take the knight, the move that I scorned. But you don't want to do that.
Nah.
e4.
Go e4, Wesley.
Okay, and it looks actually really bad to capture pawns, as you mentioned, and even d takes e4 just looks like it's a terrible move, lengthening the scope of the bishop. There's no way that black can even think about developing his own pieces on the queen side. So you don't want to do that either. So that only leaves one choice. You either decide to sacrifice the d5 pawn, or you can't hold on to it. So you give it back. You just make a random move here.
Well, rook d8 is not so random, attacking
Yeah, attacking the knight.
that guy. That's so sharp. And Wesley, don't let me down. Make a move.
Yeah,
Feels like it's been a minute already.
yeah. Well,
Because also if he goes 14 e4, then the Chess24 Twitter account can tweet. Better late than never. Or best by test.
best by test e4. And shall we wait for e4 to appear?
Yeah, but I'm very worried that he's not going to do it within the next 2 minutes.
Well, okay. Shall we
Don't
go?
let me down, Wesley.
Maybe we kind of have a look at the game between.
Not yet. I still have like 30 seconds.
Okay. But okay, if he doesn't make a move, then maybe we go to Wang Hao against Mama Jaroff, because there it looked like the game might finish. Are you counting?
Hey Siri, stell den Timer auf 30 Sekunden. Sorry, she only speaks German.
30 Sekunden, los geht's.
Let's do this.
Okay.
But no, he's in deep thought. He's very sad.
Well, it does look like he's getting ready to play a move. But one of the things though, when you prepare something, I tend not to just blitz everything out.
Ah, you're a cunning
Yeah.
psychologist. Oh, 30 seconds are over? That didn't feel
Really?
like 30 seconds. Come on,
no,
Siri. That was
that
like
was
2
not.
seconds. Okay.
Okay, let's move on to Wang Hao against Mama Jaroff, because there things look a little bit exciting. And I think
What was his opening? I still don't understand it. So he's white. He plays bishop back to c2, bishop b3. Then he goes back to b3. And Mama Jaroff does not go back, but goes knight c5, which is a better move. But why would you do this as Wang Hao? Is he offering a move repetition with white and Mama Jaroff says no? I'm very confused.
Well, the mind games as well, because if your opponent is offering you a repetition with the white pieces,
You take it.
yeah, you can take it. Or you're like, oh, you smell weakness. You smell that your opponent perhaps is a little feeling not quite up for a battle today.
Interesting.
And you try to take advantage.
I see. It's also the best move. I mean, I'm just confused because if you want to make a draw with white, there must be cleaner ways than bishop c2 and going back to b3. And Wang Hao, obviously, would be very able to do this, even if you play whatever. I don't know what the main line is here. d4, knight b3, d3, takes. Something like this. Obviously, there are options along the way, but I've never ever seen white lose this position. So if he wants a draw, you could just do this. Something. Maybe he mixed up some moves. I don't understand it. But bishop c2, bishop g4, bishop b3. Still very strange to me. Anyway, knight c5. Mama Jaroff says no move repetition for you, sir. Bishop takes d5. Knight takes e5. Exchange sacrifice. Wang Hao doesn't want any part of it.
But doesn't that look quite shaky for white? Knight d2.
Yeah.
Keep it going. Castles, queenie. I don't know. h3,
It looks somewhat scary for white.
and then g4. I'm gonna try
Take
and.
it.
Oh. Yes. It is very scary, I admit to that. Is there any way that... No, there's no way that white can get out of this pin so conveniently. I do like the extra material.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a mess, but Wang Hao didn't seem to be in the mood. And if he did offer a move repetition earlier, it's understandable that now he doesn't want to go too crazy. He goes bishop f4, offering more exchanges, but clearly not playing for an advantage. Doesn't seem to be his day so far.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, Shaq actually doesn't go in for the trades and just goes, well, let's fight. c6.
Yeah, but here even with the trades he can fight for an edge already. Takes, and if rook takes, knight takes f3, at least black is a little better.
And bishop takes.
Bishop takes, then we can start jumping around. Or the other knight, I don't know. But Mama Jaroff, I think you're right, he's smelling weakness. And he's trying to keep the game going. Then again, now bishop takes e5. White is very solid. Black takes, I don't know if pawn or queen, probably queen. Takes. Can't take here, because
Rook.
there's g-file trouble, but just knight bd2. This is quite safe. Black has the bishops, but the white pawn structure is so secure with the isolated black queen's pawn. I don't think you can lose this.
And if you choose not to trade off queens?
Yeah, I think first of all I wasn't sure if we can take the pawn. And I guess you could still make the same argument, but can we take?
Rook g8. And, okay, well at least, yeah.
So now the queen is still here to cover. It looks a little scary, but I guess once the bishop comes back to g3, white is quite safe.
Yeah, white should be safe. And black doesn't have a great place to put the king, unless you go all in. So yeah, so queen takes
Very
bishop.
confusing game. Also, what is he thinking about after c6?
Maybe he. No, I was gonna. I
This
don't
looks
know.
like strictly
And
the only sensible
The
move.
other one could be queen to d4. Maybe do things that way. If it doesn't lose, which it probably will do.
I don't know, I don't see how it loses, but black should be very comfortable at least.
Maybe there's some knight
Something
e6s
takes
or
on
something.
f3 and
Takes an
GF. At least black gets a better version with the pawns doubled here, or is there? I'm confused by piece counting now, but black emerges. Even more stuff. Maybe he's thinking about h3, but it also feels wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the
Wang Hao,
players.
you're confusing us.
Yeah, I mean, his time management is very odd. Okay, so let's go to Topalov against Tari. See if anything exciting has happened in the kiddie. Is it Italian game?
Yeah,
The kiddie's Italian.
Tari went for yet another option that I didn't list, but it also makes a lot of sense here. After bishop e3, he went bishop b4, encouraged by this a4 move. And after castles, he just took the pawn, bc, castled, eliminated this knight. Now he can play bishop e6 in the future. I quite like it. Topalov goes pawn to a5, trying to
That is
freeze
the way.
the structure.
It's modern chess. Take as much space on the wings as possible, and then I guess bishop e6 is going to happen, right?
Looks normal to me. I'm not sure if he wants to avoid that structure, and I'll play rook e8 first. But I don't see any particular reason. Some people, Magnus he always wants to go rook e8, bishop e6, and then recapture here, but it feels a bit slow.
It does, yeah.
I don't know why I could use this, but maybe some cunning move like queen b1.
And then, yeah. I've noticed that Magnus never likes to play bishop e6 without having a piece defending this e6 square. He hates playing against double. He hates playing against. Let me say this again. He hates playing with double pawns.
Yeah.
He's the Beth Harmon of the pawn structure world.
Does Beth Harmon hate double pawns?
She hates double pawns.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah. She thinks they're awful. I think they're good.
Double pawns?
Yeah. I judge them on whether they can move. If they can't move, they're no good. If they move forward,
But these
they're
guys
good.
can't move.
No, that's true. But they, a knight can come to g6. A knight can come to h4 at the right time, h5 at the right time, and go to f4.
We'll see if Arjan is
No, instead
team,
we see d5.
Team Jovanka or Team Beth Harmon. Looks like d5. Maybe neither.
What do you think about this move? Because, you are opening up the position for the two bishops, but that could be just like, in theory, in practice, it might be absolutely fine. And then say the dark square bishop takes a step back.
Yeah, it's a bit move by move, but it looks fine. If black has time to go bishop e6, queen f6 without this pawn going down, then knight to f4. Looks sensible. I was a bit wondering if white was in time here to do this, but I guess there is some solution. Still might have. I don't see it. Just feels like there should be something. Does this work? Let's ask computer. Yeah, this is bad for black, according to Monsieur Computer.
Okay.
So bishop e6 was wrong. Ah, okay, then it's not so easy.
So bishop e6 is wrong.
Yeah.
Oh. But then where do you put the light square bishop if that natural square is out of the equation?
Yeah, no,
you have
the
to go
computer
rook
is saying
e8.
rook e8, rook e1, and now
Cool.
some move knight f6.
Knight f6.
Don't
Oh.
like it as much. Or obviously, if bishop e6 doesn't work, then you have to do it, but that means it's less simple for black to play. Arjan. Also in deep thought, so this is not prepared or anything. We shall see.
And
Topalov.
here I said that Topalov would win in the classical portion.
Go.
Yeah. Okay.
He doesn't like to retreat though. Maybe he's just not gonna consider bishop d2 because it's a backwards move.
And they're very difficult to spot. But I think in this case, because the pawn is under attack, and you kind of want to preserve your bishop, yeah, I think he will retreat the bishop. And let's go back to the Wesley against Anand game, because e4 did happen.
Of course, but not in the 2 minutes we needed to have.
I know we weren't
Wesley.
there to witness the live action of it. So e4, and he took the pawn.
Did take.
I just didn't think that this was possible. I thought that this was going to be just too risky for black.
Maybe
And
you're
now-
right. Vichy out of book. But the good news about being out of book and making a move the computer doesn't like is it can also put your opponent out of book. And there's Wesley thinking, why did I not look at d takes e4, the most natural move in the whole wide world?
Okay. But the most natural recapture. Okay, actually, there's two recaptures. You have to take. Knight takes pawn. Bishop takes pawn.
Yeah,
Knight takes pawn. Has
bishop
the
takes looks more normal, but then this knight can be attacked apparently.
Yeah. Well, the reason I was thinking knight takes pawn was because then the bishop can come to g5.
Yeah, no, this is the right move according to the engine. I'm just wondering how easy it is. Wesley. Leaning back, leaning forward again, studying the position. But it does look scary for black. Knight f5.
Knight f5.
No, that's a mistake, but and to illustrate g4, knight h6, f4. Or computer wants to do this. I was trying to trap this bishop, but failing. Can go wrong very, very quickly.
Ooh. That is terrible position for black. Okay, so what is black's best move then after knight takes pawn? Backward
The
knight
engine
move.
says f6, but it's also not an easy move to make. Just stopping bishop g5 and maybe preparing knight f7. This is the
Okay.
most natural, but it just loses. So if Wesley spots this knight takes e4 or calculates it, which he certainly can do. I don't like Vichy's chances.
But I think f6 is within the realms of finding.
Sure.
And then some. And then I guess white just plays normally, right? After f6. Bishop.
I should switch off the engine.
Oh,
It just gives something like this and gives quite a small advantage, but not the end of the world. Just looks very, very unpleasant to me.
b4 is a very good move. That didn't enter my radar.
Thank you, Stockfish.
I thought about putting the bishop on d2, but b4 makes beautiful sense. Why not attack the weak pawn on d4? Wow. One of the great things about computer chess is that it does kind of like expand the horizon in terms of creativity. You're like, oh yes, and as long as you start putting those patterns into your memories, then it's all good. The problem is that maybe it's too much information.
It's addictive, no? It's hard to switch them off and switch on the good old brain. So if used properly, of course, they can teach you a lot about chess, but the downside of just staring at the computer lines and not thinking are also considerable. So no, I think the best players found a way not to get too addicted to the just staring at the screen and forcing themselves to think while still being, of course, aware of what they say. But it's not easy.
No, it's certainly not easy, especially these days when we have the attention span of, I was going to say a gnat, just an insect, you know, because everything is fighting for attention. You have like social media, they're constantly trying to grab our attention. And then you also have, you know, films. No one is reading books anymore.
Films, they take like 2 hours. Who does that?
Yeah, but you know, it's like TV series and things, you know,
That's better.
who watches these things?
Well, like I can watch 5 hours of a TV series if an episode is like 20 minutes, but a whole film that's like a 2-hour commitment.
No, I
that sounds
can't. I
rough.
can't watch films these days. Too long.
That's why I appreciate our viewers so much, because every day they're here for 5 hours without any breaks, not even checking social media or their email. So thank you so much for your commitment. We know there are many distractions and many other pop culture options. So it's much appreciated that
Definitely.
you just keep watching non-stop.
Yeah, I admire their attention spans and their dedication. It's a rare, rare quality these days.
You guys are role models in these trying times.
What's the longest game you've ever played?
Chess?
Chess, yeah.
I don't know, but I grew up with Germans, so in my under 12 tournaments you would adjourn after 40 moves, and then at some point after school you would meet your opponent and continue playing the game.
Yeah.
So it could take a while. In a row, I don't know. In the old days they had long time controls, no? We had like 2 hours 40, 1 hour for the next 20, then I think it was always another hour for the next 20 moves. So I must have had some 10-hour games. I had a great childhood.
2 hours 40. The scary thing is that rings a bell. So I must have been around for that one as well. 2 hours and 40, then 1 hour and 20, and then there was another time control. I was also around for Germans. Hated them.
Yeah.
What is the point? It's basic cheating. And also, did you find when you had Germans that your opponents would dangle these things, like almost blackmailing you? You got to finish the game quickly. You just resign if you're slightly worse because we're going to have to go to a Germans. I can analyze it all out. Even worse was adjudication. I hated that. Yeah.
No, I didn't have that many, like 2 or 3 maybe, but I do recall there was a bit of a hassle that you had to find a date to continue the game, and then you had to find a strong player in your club to analyze the position with, because we didn't have computers back then, we had nothing. So even as a German, I never liked the Germans.
Ooh. I'm just reading the chat here. Jam Snacker says that they had a correspondence game that lasted 3 years to get as far as the Rosalimo defense, and then they agreed to draw. 3 years. Blimey, that's a lot of patience. Ooh.
Anish took. Wow, that's a surprise. I really don't think that's good.
Wait, we got to go to that position because
that's very, very surprising. And we have to...
We dismissed that.
Yeah,
I suggested it.
We're right.
I suggested it just because, that's my job to suggest. Yeah. And which I completely misspoke. What's he doing? Hang on. You suggested here G4.
This is shocking. Switching on the engine, and yeah, it says bishop b3 first move, 240 for white. 240. Bishop b3 just covering the d1 square. g4 it also likes, 220. h4 also +2. No, it just looks very bad because the black rooks can't get active in time, and a white attack on the king's side, especially with opposite color bishops, should frankly just win. So yeah. I'm really, really surprised by this decision.
What did I say? I said that Magnus would win the classical portion.
You were right.
Yeah, I think you also said.
No, I said 5 draws. I was trying to be the broken cynic that I am. No, but this, I'm really shocked. Like, maybe the position is somewhat unpleasant to play now we have the computer running, but it says queen a3 here, for example.
Yeah, right.
a1, knight a5 with equality. And I was suspecting or expecting something along these lines.
Well, I like the queen a3 move because I feel that the queen has to be within touching distance of the bishop in case white gets a little bit fruity and starts putting the queen on f5 and threatening checkmate. But yeah,
this makes perfect sense. Just no, I'm mainly shocked. I don't know about the lines, but that Anish would even consider queen takes a1 because it looks so wrong with all this firepower that white has on the king's side and the opposite colored bishops. Just feels like it should lose.
Okay, so What does Anish have in mind? So if he goes g4, which is the move that you played, which I loved, by the way. I know bishop b3 is the computer's tops move, but...
It likes g4 and h4 as well, but g4 just feels logical, creating a loft for the king and intending to push further here.
Yep. What is Anish planning? Let's try and get into his mind. The rook goes to d8, queen goes to f5.
G5 is probably a threat. I can just read out the engine line. It's rook d6.
Yeah.
It doesn't even want anything special. It says king g2,
King
then
g2.
h4, and it just says white is winning. That's surprising.
Wow. So, okay, so if you go g6, kick the queen away.
G6, I guess queen f4. Is
Queen
an issue.
f4, and then starts just tickling, well, more than tickling, sacking the queen and rook. So you can't do that. But okay, can't make a move.
No, the black pieces just don't work together well here, because the one rook stays passive, and white actually has all the time in the world to build up the attack. Like bishop f6, h4.
h4, and then g5 is coming. You can never kick the queen away because of many reasons now. Queen f4, queen takes g6 as well. Knight e7. Woohoo! I moved one piece.
One piece. It's just so.
G5 is
So
coming.
comfortable here.
Oh.
Like it's. No, I'm still.
Wow.
Bit shocked he would go for this.
Incredible.
Good news for Mr. Carlsen, who's now calculating. I would guess. Yeah, the hand wants g4, but maybe his world championish head will figure out why bishop b3 is even better. It looks less natural, frankly. Make a luft, start attacking. The computer is also saying this is crushing.
And even moves. Yeah.
Okay, it's similar.
I was going to say. The problem with the thing is though, the rook cannot move from the f8 square.
Yeah, it's just bad.
It's just bad. And so I was trying to think of ways that black could kind of mobilize that piece. And in order to do that, you need to overprotect f7. But there's just no way to do that. So the rook goes. Maybe you can try rook c8. This looks a bit odd, to be honest. But I guess you just, once you've started, you can continue. And what is king to d2?
Well, the problem is I'm making random moves now, but white just has more firepower on these dark squares. So even if black gets, I guess this is something that this is the best case scenario for black on these light squares. Or even this looks horrible for black, because with the opposite color bishops, it's really not just about the rooks versus queen, but also about who's the attacker on the light squares. Why do we always have more material? So here I already gave black everything he could dream of, and I still think it's trouble. It's just a very, very dodgy decision strategically. And yeah, white could have done something more aggressive here, like g5 directly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So no, I'm genuinely surprised, because Anish is, well, obviously he's a great theoretician. So is Wesley.
Good compensation. It's a bit nerve-wracking, of course, to simply be down upon with white against such a powerful player as Vichy. But I think after knight takes e4, I have good compensation. Hopefully I'll survive. I'm sure the computer thinks white is better. Black has to play only move bishop d7, and now I have a choice between bishop g5 and f4. We'll see what happens.
Oh, well, Wesley reckoning that the only move in the position is actually bishop d7. We didn't look at that move. We actually thought that f6 was the only move in the position.
No, not only f6 is the first computer choice, bishop d7 is the second. But I like, yeah, I wish he's played f6. But I love Wesley's thinking. He's saying, I'm sure the computer thinks white is better, so I hope I'll survive. Like the the negativity and caution, like now we're talking.
Yeah, I think it's false modesty.
Maybe it is. I can never tell with Wesley.
He knows full well that the computer is saying that this is better for him because he's analysed it before. So he knows the computer evaluation, but he doesn't know. He's admitting that he doesn't know exactly what to do.
I think he's also genuine, like, because it is scary, especially if you're a solid player and a theoretician, to be a pawn down long term. It's not like he has structural compensation. He has to play dynamically, and of course he's going for it because he knows it's good and he's checked it. But I do think it's genuine that you start worrying about it, and sometimes it can be hard to switch off this train of thought. Okay, I'm a pawn down. How do I get my pawn back when you should just play normal moves? We talked about that. I think guys like Topalov, they don't have that at all. But others like Wesley, who are more solidly inclined, this could be a thing.
I have it. I understand it, and you kind of showed us the line b4, which looked amazing for white. Is this the only way for Wesley to get an advantage?
That's what the engines seem to say, and it also looks, once you've seen it, as usual with engine move, it looks very, very logical. It's b4, bishop b2, not committing to anything else, and then going f4, bishop takes d4. So I would guess he's gonna find it, but it could also be that he starts looking at ways. Can we get the pawn back? If not, at least it's not a distraction. Takes and rook a d1. I would be looking at stuff like this to go f4 and regain the pawn.
But I guess black will hold on and just go rook d8.
Yeah, might not
f4.
work.
Bishop c7. Got a long way to go.
Yeah, still not getting the pawn. And once e5 comes, it gets really scary. No, that might be a good thing for Wesley, because then he's quote-unquote forced to
think about regaining material. And no, I mean, now I can't unsee b4. And oops, sorry about that. My computer decided to join in the conversation.
Skynet is here.
Yeah, it is. I once had a situation where the car joined in the conversation. That was very off-putting. I was making a joke.
Do you have a speaking car like Knight Rider?
Well, I didn't think I had a speaking car until it joined in. And then we was like, interesting.
What did it say?
It said, I know, right? Because we were laughing at a joke and having a good laugh, and we were just both going, you know, someone was saying, oh no, and then the car goes, I know, right? It was like,
Puzzling.
It was like the Siri voice coming from the car. Never heard that one before. Elon Musk is listening to us all.
I know. Hey Siri. Nope, she's gone.
She's gone. Yeah. Okay.
So let's do a brief tour. Giri, in real big trouble. I'm still stunned by his decision to take on a1. I think it's wrong. I think he's going to lose, frankly, this position, where this light squared attacking tandem of queen and bishop, once the pawns join in, should be too much for Anish to handle. So the world champion in great shape. This we talked about. Wesley is hoping to survive his better position where he's a pawn down, and yeah, this b4 looks like the way to go. Should be an interesting game.
Yep. Moving down to Rajabov, Maxim.
Yeah, we haven't talked about this much. It's this very, very solid forcing Grunfeld line where, yeah, very solid. Forcing things are done. White is never worse, even though he's temporarily pawn down. But bishop b6 is also not an indicator that he's trying to checkmate.
Yep. And Topalov against Ariantari. That one
did retreat. Bishop d2, bishop f5, rook e1,
rook e8. To my eyes, this looks like maybe it's slightly better for white. White has the bishop pair. Some pressure against the e-pawn.
White has a cool move here too.
Ooh, do tell.
Horsey middle.
Very nice.
Takes.
Rook takes.
And black is under pressure. If captures, the bishop recaptures. The queen can come here. This looks like right up Wesley's alley.
That's a fantastic move.
Do you think they have a Wesley's alley somewhere in Sofia?
For
Probably,
sure.
no?
Maybe like
square.
Topalov Street. Or Wesleyan Square.
Yeah.
Or maybe Topalov Cup somewhere. But knight d4, what a blow. And it just gives an advantage as well. Great. So Topalov, if he finds this counter with a strike, he is doing well. And what about the last game, Wang Hao against Mama Jaroff? That one looked like...
I know what Wang Hao's doing this whole game is very confusing to me.
So it was...
What have we seen? We've seen c6,
c6
bishop
and
e5, queen
and
d5.
queen takes.
Takes. It's an endgame where, yeah, Mama Jaroff has the isolated pawn, but he does have the two bishops. I would guess white is solid enough, but if anybody's better, I guess it's black. In the Marshall, you usually get these endgames without the d5 pawn. And you have the two bishops and claim you're fine. Guess it's worth something.
Yeah, also I was wondering that black actually has the possibility to open some extra lines on the queen side, so I'm thinking a5. And if you try to just defend the b4 point and play a3, well, maybe a4. Grab some squares. And the knights don't really coordinate so well.
No, we'll see what Mama Jaroff comes up with, but yeah, very confusing opening play by Wang Hao. We have to investigate later what went wrong there or what didn't go wrong. I'm a bit disappointed we still don't have an Armageddon. I feel the players are letting us down a bit by dragging out the classical games, but it's not up to us if they wanna play longer games. I mean, it's discouraged but not forbidden, I would say. So
Yeah.
Magnus has played g4.
He has played g4. Okay. Well, he's in a fantastic position here. And, well, we're expecting Magnus probably to wrap up the game, I think, within 20 moves. That's not... Which sounds like a lot of moves, but
It's
it
only
actually
move 18.
isn't. It's only...
Yeah, no, this is a very scary spot for Anish. He's a very resilient defender. Let's see if he manages to organize something here, but it looks beyond repair.
Totally. There's no way that he can do anything on those light squares. And if he's unable to coordinate both of his rooks, I just don't see a chance. But anyway, maybe on that cliffhanger rather, we should take a quick pause.
Let's do it.
Come back after the break. Join us. Welcome back, and we left at a very exciting moment because some of the games looked like they were steering towards decisive results, and the one that caught our eye, well, that was between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, because things are looking very critical for the Dutchman, as we saw him trade 2 rooks for the queen, but the problem is his light squares are very, very weak. And just looking at this position, the big question here is, can white simply not just play g5, just crack open the kingside defenses?
Yeah, he's played rook a8, didn't even push the queen towards potentially better squares.
Yeah.
But now after g5, what happens? g6 is probably a threat, just exposing these light squares further, and if takes,
Then knight takes.
I guess Anish's idea is to play rook e5 here to break white's coordination. But it's still scary. The queen has to go to g2 to stay in contact with this knight. The problem is still that this rook is stuck on f8, and if this rook doesn't get into the game, it just looks like white has more firepower. Like queen g4, queen h5, or even the h pawn could join. Carlsen thinking about it. He doesn't have to go g5, but it does look good, and the computer does approve it. But
Yeah.
also a move like h4 to make sure everything's covered. Seems unpleasant for me.
It does seem unpleasant, and I just kind of, if you rewind Anish Giri's last move, I just kind of wanted to highlight one really nice resource that we saw, I was analysing during the break, and that is if black plays a g6, you know, to stop the white pawn from advancing as far as up the board as possible, then one very neat idea is simply to push g5 yourself, which does seem kind of counterintuitive because it does allow black to lock down the king side. But then get this, the queen takes one step backwards along the diagonal to e4, and once the king goes to g7 or to h7, I'm not sure whether it matters, then there are nice ideas of actually playing knight h4, so with the threat of bishop takes pawn, and if rook a e8, now attacking the queen, then this is kind of the key move, queen to b1, and look at that, attacking the bishop and attacking the pawn. So maybe not an easy variation to see in the head, but it's very beautiful nonetheless, because diagonally backward moves are actually very, very difficult to spot. I've been reading all about them in my chapter.
Right. Yeah, Anish decided to avoid this g6 move, start with rook a8. And Magnus, he's going to take a moment now how to continue the attack, but it does look very, very promising. After g5, there's also this move knight to e5, trying to stop g6. And I'm a bit curious about such a position. Let's say rook takes, queen takes pawn. I still think it's bad for black. He's still stuck defending f7. And there might not be a direct breakthrough, but white does have enough resources here, long term, to get to the black king. So it still looks bad, but it's some decisions to be made for the world champion. So not surprised to see him thinking here. I'm a bit curious if he's going to go for direct action with g5, or if he's going to say, my position is good enough, play something like h4. But it comes down to a similar scenario where white doesn't win instantly, but with black being tied down to the defense of this pawn, does look very, very unpleasant for black.
Yeah, it certainly does. And let's also go over to Wesley's game, where he had enterprisingly sacrificed a pawn straight out of the opening, and we now reached, he didn't play b4, which was the computer suggestion, but I have to say, I didn't feel like b4 was the most natural move until you spotted the idea. And he's gone for knight d6, presumably with your idea of kind of rounding up the pawn, but maybe playing rook d1.
Yeah, rook d8 on the board though, and I'm not sure what he wants if this knight should move again, because I do not think something like bishop d2 takes is that much. Maybe it's possible, but he's 2 pawns down now, so I would expect the knight to keep jumping. Hard to evaluate. Still pick white probably, but I'm not sure. Would black try to keep the dark square bishop on the board at all costs? I don't know. It looks a bit slow.
It does look slow, but then at the same time, it's not going to be that easy to move the knight if it gets attacked. So I was just thinking there might be c6.
Does this work? Queen a3.
Maybe you can even go pawn
takes or knight takes.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
yeah, and that looks also quite
wins
bad.
material. Yeah.
So in that case, it would be a mistake to try to preserve the dark square bishop. Just got to let it get swapped off.
If knight b5 is played, it's also, I don't know if Wesley's too tempted by it, but as mentioned, sometimes you want to try to get your pawn back and then take it from there, which he could do here. Giving up a lot of the initiative though. Takes, rook b8, bishop somewhere. I don't know where.
I don't know. I have a feeling that Wesley has been working very, very hard on playing with the initiative. So I suspect he might not go for this pawn grab of recovering the material, but at the same time eliminating some of the dynamism.
We'll find out shortly.
We will. But either way, it's not an easy position for either side to play. And there we see Wesley deep in thought. It's such a tense, thank you, such a tense game. I really admire the way that Wesley's been playing these last few months. I like his style, you know, it's solid, but also on occasion it'd be very, very aggressive. And he calculates so well. I was very impressed by how he handled the Armageddon match against Magnus. I like the fact that he wasn't fazed by Magnus and chose very aggressive openings, and he's gone for knight b5. I didn't think he would grab material.
There you go. Wesley keeps pushing. Gave Vichy a little look there. Very, very focused.
Yeah.
Have a look.
Yeah. Maybe he's going to go to the confessional again. I do quite like this edition of the confessional, where we can hear the players give their random thoughts.
Yeah, I think Wesley should go every day and praise a different participant. Like yesterday, he gave this nice speech about Topalov. Maybe today he could choose Mama Jaroff and list his favorite Mama Jaroff games.
Would be an idea, but actually I didn't quite think about it at the time, but I think it was because Topalov went to the confessional booth and praised Wesley.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
so
because he said,
praise
hey,
back.
he said Wesley should be in the candidates. He's such a magnificent player, which we
okay.
all agree with. He should be in the candidates, shouldn't he? But somehow he's not.
You gotta qualify, no?
Yeah, exactly. That is a problem. I was thinking about the candidates. It's probably like the Olympics, you know, in the sense that it takes a long time to get there, and it's not necessarily guaranteed whether you're there. And then when you have like those tournaments where you qualify, you only get one shot, and they only come every so often. So I like these kind of events. I'm quite big on these motivational stories. Okay, so knight b5. Okay, so what happens if black just goes a6?
No, I guess he
Knight takes
should
bishop.
take now. Could maybe make a case for just playing a move like bishop d2, because this is not yet a threat, but this looks normal. Now bishop out, threatening bishop to a5. Well, yeah, he's still a pawn down, but Vichy still needs a while to finish development. Can't go bishop d7 yet because of bishop a5, so you probably play a5. I know it's still very tense. If Anand manages to get these in without anything happening, he could be better. Wesley could try to make something happen here. But it does look like Vichy should get out of it, even if he loses this pawn. If his bishop gets here, I don't see too many problems for him anymore.
Yeah.
He's played queen d7.
Oh.
But actually,
Okay.
could even transpose. It's the same idea.
Knight takes bishop.
Takes, bishop d2, a5. We'd have the same position. Oh. Maybe he didn't like a6, bishop d2, so he's trying to force Wesley into a capture.
Yeah.
Can he avoid it? queen somewhere. Looks a bit random.
But then you can go A,
Yeah, no, you go A6 and the queen is
A6
not really
and
better.
force it.
No, nice move by Anand, queen d7.
Yeah, he's been playing really, really well. It's okay, so let's go. Knight takes bishop. Let's run through that line again, because it is such a very unbalanced situation on the board. Bishop d2, I like that move. A5. Unless, is there an argument for kind of, instead of going bishop d2, going b4?
No, I'm mainly
Bishop
concerned.
d7 is a
about this.
worry. Okay. That is a worry, so let's, like, white doesn't have time for this.
No.
So bishop d2, a5, and then how is white going to stop? Bishop d7, bishop c6.
I don't think he can,
You
so he
can't.
probably should at least take this pawn and play this position, but it doesn't look like white is better actually. I'd start to be slightly worried with white, because long term black does have a lot of potential once the knight moves and e5 comes. So Wesley has to be careful here. And
Yeah.
I guess the key moment was this earlier f4, which looked very natural, but he also lost a lot of time with his knight maneuver from d6 to b5, then taking the bishop. Feels like the trend is Vichy's friend here.
Very nice. Rhyme there. The trend is Vichy's friend. I like that.
Promise it rhymes with any other name too, so it's
Yeah, it's even better. This is the new catchphrase in chess. Okay, so let's go to Topalov against Ariane.
Or he hasn't played knight d4. That's disappointing.
Yeah, but that was maybe just too beautiful.
Looked strong though.
It did look strong.
Played queen b1, which also looks nice, targeting this pawn. Maybe preparing queen b3. But now queen d6, nice stabilizing move. White can't take because the queen would get trapped.
Yeah.
And if queen b3 or queen a2, whatever. Now black is on time. I guess to go here. Hesitating because I'm not sure if this pawn can get captured.
Rook.
But no, it's still trapped.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
It's bad luck.
Okay, so you can't grab, but if you go back, what else can Topalov do? But maybe he still has this idea of knight d4 on the board.
No, there's ed and...
Yeah, I was thinking queen b3 first.
Ah, okay, got it. Here. Good point.
Well, it might not be very good, because after...
Yeah, here black can at least eliminate the bishop, but it still looks interesting. Pawn to c4. Maybe we can think about taking as well. Takes, now how black recaptures.
Now can you take on, yeah, this is it. I am at heart a pawn grabber.
Yeah.
But okay,
Still some pressure.
still some questions to be asked. But if he doesn't see knight d4, because let's face it, it is an easy move to miss.
Also after queen b3 we should mention, rook a8 wasn't forced, it's
Yeah,
most natural, but maybe something like this, now that we know, is more cautious, because it still doesn't work. No, it looks like Arjan is back in business more or less. This queen d6 is a nice move. We'll see if Topalov finds a way to keep putting pressure.
yeah.
Mystery game between Wang Hao and Mama Jaroff. h3, bishop d7. Nothing much has happened. Black is comfortable. King can go here. a5, as you indicated, is on the agenda. But knight b2 he played deliberately, trying to stop a4. I don't understand anything about this game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery to me as well.
What's Wang Hao doing? Ah, he moves the knight. Fair enough.
It makes sense. Knight's going to jump into c5.
Yeah, he's not gonna allow that. I guess he wants knight a4 and then start targeting this.
Yeah, but can't white be a little bit insistent and try to go knight e1, but that takes too much time.
Yeah, probably wouldn't get there. Like
Exactly,
F5.
and you can go bishop f5. So that doesn't work. But then it does feel that black is slightly better, actually.
Sure.
For sure, you know, because it just has a nice target on c3. Rook's going to come to the open lines. He holds the key to opening. He doesn't hold a key to opening anything, but he can put his rooks on e8. The bishop can improve, the light square bishop that is, can improve, can go to f5, do something. Easier to play. And what about, okay, so let's go back to Magnus. Oh, he hasn't made a move.
He played h4.
Oh, he played
thought
an
about
h4.
this g5 option probably, but decided it's not needed. Anish does not want to give up the b7 pawn. Goes rook to e7, preparing knight e5.
Okay.
But now g5 should be even stronger.
Okay. So you have to take, because otherwise g6 is very unpleasant. And presumably you capture with the knight. Or
I'm not sure. Like
you
knight
can carry on.
g5 also looks tempting. If hg, I know what he wants. Maybe still g6, but it's always so weakening. Like here,
King g7.
somewhere. Something bad's gonna happen. Knight d4. Yeah, g5 on the board. Feels bad. I'm not sure if hg. I would assume maybe wants to take like this. And Anish probably will try to get rid of it. It's all on the verge of collapse, but not yet collapsing. Black's main problem remains though. This rook is out of play. Queen f5 takes.
You have to take rook e5. Queen d7. Oh, I don't know, you don't need to allow that.
Keep that guy. Yeah. Guess. No, it's still move by move. But it looks like black is not in time. Now g6 is a threat. Black goes g6, then queen f6 is highly unpleasant.
In fact, there's no good way to defend that pawn. You have to go, no, you can't do that. Nope. Bad.
Yeah. It's complex but bad. Let's see. Compy. Oh wow. Compy says g5, h takes g, and queen f5. That's a nasty move. Threatening knight g5, stopping g6. And now if bishop f6, now of course you take with the
Yeah, and then you get
pawn,
g6
or
in.
bishop d3 was even stronger. Oh, that's very, very sneaky. Black doesn't have time for gh because this is literally checkmate.
Wow.
That's a tough move to spot, but maybe Magnus can do it. g5, hg, queen f5. And
Wow, wow, wow.
might be over. Computer's first line is knight e5, knight takes g5 now. Threatening checkmate yet again.
G6.
g6, queen f6, hitting the rook.
Rook moves to...
You know, if rook e8, bishop b5, it's a weird coordination thing, but it's useful that the queen is actually pinning the knight because the bishop on a1 is hanging. Black lose material. But if the rook moves somewhere else, apparently this is also breaking through.
Wow. But okay.
Now, this is strange computer lines. They do verify that black is in trouble, but the lines themselves don't make a lot of sense to me. Okay, the king is so weak.
So just because of h. Yeah, but I mean, okay, so rewind. I think bishop b5 after rook d7 is... I don't think anyone will play that. Maybe bishop b3.
Yeah.
And is that also convincing?
Also good, but now black has time to at least activate the other rook, which should be 5. Was stopping, but even here. Black is still in trouble.
You can't move the knight anyhow.
Yeah.
Or the rook.
King g7.
No, this one doesn't feel so easy actually, because black's rooks are quite active and it's not entirely clear.
Yeah,
Where are you going to
they
attack?
don't really attack anything though. It looks like, okay, I have the computer switch on, so it's easy to say. But it looks like white's attackers on the light squares are still more important, even in a somewhat slower situation like here, queen g3 and h5, or queen h3 and h5. And black doesn't really have counterplay. Sorry.
Bless you. Yeah. Okay. So queen, so pawn takes pawn, queen f5 is the big move.
Looks crushing.
And
That's a rough move to make, to even start thinking about it, to go g5, hg, and then not recapture.
especially when you have two captures available to you. I mean, normally that would be the only thing you're thinking about. Take the pawn. How am I going to do it? Apples and pears. And then all along, lurking in the background, there was one small move that was also available to you. And you discover that after the game.
Could happen.
Yeah.
But here's the world champion, maybe.
Yeah, he is I mean, these players are geniuses, so yeah, it is in their possibilities to, their capabilities rather, to discover this move.
What's apples and pears? Is that a saying? Never heard of it.
Oh, right. I would just...
I know what apples are. and
Actually,
pears.
maybe I might have used it in the wrong way, because apple and pears actually means it's Cockney rhyming slang, which means stairs. Apples and pears, stairs. You're having a giraffe, you're having a laugh. But anyway, I used it in the wrong
not
sense,
following.
because what I meant, you can sometimes, I think you can sometimes use it to kind of like, it's like this two different things that are ultimately the same. It's
So
like apples and
where the
pears.
rest of the world says apples and oranges, you use pears.
Yeah, it might be apples and oranges that I might have just misspoken.
No, no, I was genuinely curious. I've never,
Yeah.
never heard of it.
But yeah, it is Cockney rhyming slang. Have you heard of Cockney rhyming slang?
No.
No? It's a bit of a weird thing. I'm not Cockney.
What is it? Is it a way of speaking? Is it a
Yeah.
rhyming competition? Like,
Yeah.
Where are we?
You're having a giraffe. You're having a laugh. So you just think of a last word and you rhyme it.
So it's just rhyming.
Yeah. There's-
What's the Cockney element?
They do it in the East End of London.
Understand.
That's it.
So you're not allowed to rhyme in other parts of London.
No, it's a kind of a peculiar thing to East End. You don't kind of do it anywhere else. In the northwest of London, they were a little bit posh. They would never do it.
No rhyming there.
Yeah, in South London is where you don't pronounce your T's,
I like that part.
THs, and also you say, instead of H, you say H.
H, I know
Yeah.
that I don't like.
So
H.
if you're struggling with pronouncing TH, then you could kind of go South London about it. So
Vichy, he also says H, no?
yeah,
I'm not sure. I think he
it's like taste. I say H, but I haven't been known to say H. But yeah, so if you're from South London, you say that. South, I'm from South London.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
so
the
East
geezer.
London, that's
That's
the
the cock.
rough neighborhood where
No,
people
no,
try
no.
to spice up their lives with rhyming.
Yeah, they like jellied eels as well down there. It's a very nice area of London. I like it a lot. It's very trendy to live in Shoreditch and Hackney. It's good.
I don't know much about London. Most I know from like 90s boy groups. East 17, are they
Yep.
from the East End? But they're tough guys, no?
Wow.
Seem very tough.
They had a reputation for being tough, and it was all going so well with their music.
They tricked us?
Yeah, until they did that "Stay Another Day," that big Christmas song.
Yeah,
and then you had
that ruined it for me.
and then they were there in their
If you got
parkas,
to go
trying to be like
away.
this. I mean, it's a great song and everything, but you know they were trying to be all like cool about it when you can't really be
Didn't do
cool
it for
about
me.
that song. So, yep. East 17. I like Everybody in the House of Love. Everybody in the House of Love.
I'm being told we're rapidly losing audience.
Oh,
The-
wait, oh,
the cool
okay.
kids that are watching chess, they're not into 90s boy groups as much as I thought.
No.
Who's your favorite?
Who were my favourites?
Yeah.
I was a big Take That person.
Sure.
You know, I was around when
Were you Team Robbie or Gary Barlow because he had to do all the work? Or
Gary
like where-
Barlow.
Gary Barlow.
Yeah, he did all the work. He did all the songwriting.
Such an artist.
Yeah,
Such an artist, Gary
exactly.
Barlow.
And he wrote Back for Good. I mean, that is a classic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
Still makes me cry.
Yeah, and the video.
Yeah. Are
What
they,
was that all about?
singing
That
in
was
the rain?
amazing. Yeah,
Normally
they're singing in the rain, and there's like some
I
car.
love it when boy groups do that.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite boy band?
It's tough, but Backstreet Boys, come on. Nick
Really?
Carter. I had the Nick Carter haircut all through high school. It was such an inspiration to all of us.
But unfortunately,
Brian, I always thought Brian was very underrated. Great singer.
but you have curly hair, so you couldn't quite do it. Yeah, this was not your time.
No, it
This,
was a rough time.
yeah. Oh.
I never liked Howie. Howie
Yeah, Howie always
yeah.
looked a bit strange to
Yeah,
me.
he didn't fit.
But
Like
it's only-
AJ, of course, you need a tough
Yeah.
guy, but Howie.
No, but then you realise later on that he was put there for the mothers.
Yeah, maybe. But they also had this guy Kevin who was like 45 years old, so I always thought he was there
Yeah,
for the mothers. But maybe it was both Kevin and Howie.
yeah. I realised that and Take That. That I never understood the point of Jason and Howard.
What? Jason Orange and his
Yeah.
dance moves?
Yeah, well, why didn't I understand the point? You know, for me it was Gary Barlow, Mark Owen, Robbie Williams, and then these two tall guys, whatever. And then I realised when I grow older, they're for the mothers.
The
I-
organizer's stopping by. We have to stop
You
talking
have to
about
stop,
90s
yeah,
boy
yeah.
groups and get back to chess. Rook AC1. Wesley gave a pawn.
You give another
A5.
pawn.
Pawn to C6.
Okay.
But it's
it's-
two pawns. Why is he doing it?
Well, we might criticise because we are in possession of the bar. We have knowledge that black is slightly better.
But
But-
Vichy's in the possession of two pawns.
That he does have that. However, he doesn't know the evaluation.
He can count.
And he has stress on his side and he has less time on the clock. And
kind of like it actually, because if black gets his bishop to c6, then it really looks like black's position becomes much easier to play.
totally.
So Wesley's trying to stop that at all costs.
Yeah, we're not about perfect chess. This is human chess. Human mistakes, human brilliances, and decision making. And rook a6. Interesting. Unexpected.
Gives the pawn.
Okay. So my immediate vibe is put the rook to c5. Let's pile up on the c line. I'm not a natural gambiter. my instinct is always to try to recover the material as quickly as possible.
You're trying to get
Yeah.
the rooks
I'm not being subtle about
in
it.
sync.
And also there's bishop takes pawn as well. Just wanted to.
Yeah.
That little one, got my eyes on that one.
Let's keep it.
Yeah. And now let's go back to the original plan.
Now, our rooks are in sync, like Joey Fatone and Lance Bass.
Yeah, I didn't like Joey. Hang on, Joey's lead singer?
Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, I didn't like Justin.
We have to stop. I know a disturbing amount about 90s boy group also. We're just covering the majors here, but worlds apart, bed and breakfast, like right there.
Yeah, the problem is that you're kind of like, you know, you're appealing to my childhood memories.
Showing our age here.
Huh?
We're showing our age
exactly.
here. New Kids on the Block.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, and I always thought you were younger than me. But it turns out you might not be. We might be the same age.
I might be disturbingly old. Vachier Anand, he is old in years, but he still plays chess like a young man. 2 pawns up here. I don't know if that's a compliment. He just plays great.
And what I love about Anand is that he's in the lead of this tournament and he's 52 years old and he's just showing to everyone, yeah, anyone can play chess. Anyone.
That's the
No,
message?
I didn't mean that in a bad, that kind of like anyone can play top chess. No, it's just that you can do it at any age. That was not the message I wanted.
All you have to be
don't clip that
is
part.
one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, but I mean, most people retire and they just go, no, I'm getting too old, blah, 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 they make mistakes. And he's like, no, and he just carries on playing amazing chess and training. Obviously, he's training hard. He's working on his chess and getting better. And I just love this, second wind that he's riding. And I actually want him to, would love it to see him win this tournament.
If only we could think of a good punchline with him not retiring and getting the second wind.
Actually, I saw that there was a campaign started by Vidit to try to get Vichy on the Olympia team. Like, we want him.
But he said he doesn't want to play.
I know. What a pity.
Leave Vichy alone. He can be the elder statesman behind the scenes in his hometown, I think, in Chennai.
Yes.
It's going to be amazing to have him around. I'm just disappointed that they didn't put all the kids on one team. But of course, the greatest team, if Vichy wanted to play, would have been Vichy, Pragnanda, Gukesh, Nihal, and Erigaisi.
Would you put Erigaisi on bottom board?
No,
No.
or two.
Exactly. He's incredibly strong. But Prague is also insanely good as well.
Stop disrespecting my boy Nihal like that.
Yeah. Nihal is also, he crushed me. So I'm never going to disrespect Nihal.
Just this guy Gukesh.
Yeah, also crushed me. No, also crushed me.
They're all very, very good. But I found it strange they split them up over 2 teams. We want the kids plus, if Vichy's not around, kids plus Vidit.
Yeah, but I think it's a good idea to split them because then both teams are terrifying because they got kids on them.
Yeah, but the team with the 3 kids now doesn't have Erigaisi, who's very terrifying,
Yeah.
and the team with Erigaisi doesn't have the other kids. I don't know why they did it. Pawn to A4 plate, Anand not giving up any pawns here.
Yeah. Rook C1, I imagine, unless there's something more concrete. It looks natural. And could we kind of see a situation where black can't really improve and white can't either? And so we have deadlock.
Maybe it's just enough positional compensation because the black pieces don't get out easily. But it is 2 pawns, and this, if black ever stabilizes, knight f7, e5, I don't know. Could very well be also that Vichy doesn't want to push his luck here.
Yeah,
There will be more intrigue.
interesting position. And what about, we haven't caught up on the game between Rajabov and MVL
Yeah,
in
it's
a
gonna
long
be a draw,
time.
come on.
And
Draw. Will be
yeah,
draw.
will be draw. We'll be
So
seeing
something happened
Armageddon
here?
there. And what about Topalov against, okay, so not really too many moves in,
No, I played Rook 88, so 94
Ooh.
is back in business.
it is back in business. Other moves are
Also,
also
pawn to
possible too.
d4 is possible. Now
Yep.
black can't take. And then try to shuffle around here.
Yeah. Also, is it an idea to solidify the center? So I'm just thinking move the dark squared bishops. So bishop e3, bishop f1, c4, push, push, push. Possible.
Oh, and your move was played once again, knight e1 and bishop f5.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely being serious.
Van
I
Hao
don't,
is though.
I always get a bit worried when the players play my first instinct and it's the one I want to take back. Because knight e1, like, you know, I like the idea of knight d3, but it was stopped by bishop f4. But I mean, what's...
Van Hao is just playing very erratically today. I
Yeah.
don't know what's wrong.
But I mean, he might have a point. He might have just seen the line a lot deeper. You know, bishop goes back and he's like, well, you know, just go f4.
Then
Lock that
will
bishop goes to e5.
Enjoy his new home
Yeah.
on e4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try
So-
to bring the knight here, but I don't know. I don't like anything about his position.
Okay.
I mean, it's not lost or anything, but it feels loose.
Yeah. It certainly looks better for black.
Let's see what he does. Looked like the hand was reaching for the knight.
But I do hope that Wang Hao is actually feeling okay. You know, that his attempt at repeating moves early on doesn't really indicate that he's feeling unwell.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. If that's an indicator that something's a little off. Knight g2 played.
But I was thinking, there aren't too many players who don't have seconds here, actually. I think just Shaq. Shaq isn't here with anyone, is he?
No, I've only seen him hang out with Rajabov. Rajabov also doesn't have a second hero, does he?
No, he doesn't have a second. But he does have, yeah. And
Topalov, okay, he's with Danilov, I'm not sure.
Magnus is here with Peter and
Giri Lamy.
Lamy. And of course, Ariane is here with Kirill Alexienko.
Yeah. Wesley, I also haven't seen any
No,
seconds.
but he also has company and support. He mentioned that his mother was here and providing good advice, actually.
Yeah. Nowadays, you don't need to have your seconds on site necessarily there. It's often more about someone to keep you company if you want to go for a walk or at dinners and so on, while you can have chess help remotely as well, so it's not to be ruled out. They're still getting help even if we don't see anybody.
Yeah.
Vichy is here with Sandipan, was it? I wasn't. I've seen him with somebody. I think it's Sandipan, yeah.
Yes, I saw Sandipan.
Yeah.
Haha. I thought he was playing in the open. Why would I think that? Of course he's here with Vichy. He's a very strong grandmaster. Also, another one who's crushed me. So
List.
the list
Keeps
goes on.
growing.
I know. I used to have a very good score against the Indian Olympic team. Now they've all crushed me, and it's been just a massacre. It's been horrible.
Sorry.
But Gukesh, out of all of them, Gukesh really impressed me the most. because if
You're just saying that because you forgot him earlier?
No, yeah.
It's too late. The damage is done.
No, Hao crushed me. That was undoubtedly the case. But what impressed me about Kukesh was that it didn't appear like he knew his theory, and so I knew a little bit more than him, but then he still crushed me. So.
Yeah, there was a story about him that he didn't really look at openings, at least early on, I think. But now he's probably looked at some. Just
Yeah. I've seen him come up with
Incredibly gifted,
incredible ideas. Erigisi I've never played. I would be terrified of playing him, to be honest.
He looks good. Magnus, Queen F5.
Well,
Thinking about it.
he has lots of choices. I reckon he's going to go pawn takes pawn. What do you think?
No, I think he's going to spot Queen F5.
We should have a bet. I reckon. Pawn takes, Queen F5. I wonder what everyone at home is thinking as well. Pawn takes, knight takes, Queen F5. The problem is that there's lots of choice. So he is burning a little bit of time on the clock, but still 15 minutes to navigate the rest of the game. It's a lot of time. He won't get increment until move 40, upon which he gets a 10-second move increment per move.
World champion. In deep thought.
Yeah, now I'm looking at his body language. I'm thinking, you're onto something, Queen F5.
Looks like he smells something. He's just trying to verify it.
Yeah, he looks like he's a tiger about to pounce. Calculating it away. Yeah.
Carlsen retired.
Yeah, in the zone. Oh,
Game over?
game over. Who's
Finally?
finished?
Where?
Okay.
Wang Hao, maybe?
No, Rajabov against Maxim
How did it end?
Vachier-Lagrave.
How did it end?
Okay, don't be surprised, Jan, but it's good. It finished in a draw.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And this means that in 20 minutes we will see our very first Armageddon game of today, and that will be between Timur Rajabov and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. And just to go over the Armageddon rules once more, well, White will start off with 10 minutes on the clock, whilst Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will have 7 minutes. There will be a 1-second increment added after move 40, but Black does receive draw odds. So Rajabov in a must-win situation.
Yeah. Finally, someone providing some entertainment here. Not like all these guys like Magnus trying to win in the classical games. We want Armageddons and we want them fast.
Yeah, we do.
World champion. Still in deep thought, but I think that's a good sign, as mentioned earlier, because it would be easy to just recapture on g5, take it from there. But the fact that he's still thinking, I guess means he spotted this Queen f5 idea.
Yeah. I think so. I think the more I look at his posture, the more I'm thinking, yes, he's trying to work everything out. But the problem is, as kind of mentioned before, there's 3 tempting choices and every single one of them are good.
Yeah, but there's still a difference. Like, White stays much better after both knight g5 and hg, but Queen f5 might just be a forcing sequence, more or less ending the game. So I do think could have an impact if he spots it. Like, we can go over it again. If after knight g5 the thing is now Black is in time to go bishop f6 and take here, which was still unpleasant, but not over. And after h takes g, okay, I'm not sure what the best line is. We were looking at g6 or knight to e5. Black also stabilizes for a moment while the White initiative very much is still ongoing. But the thing is with queen f5, now bishop f6 is impossible because of hg, so having that option is important. And there is no time for rook e5 because the knight still controls the square, plus no time for g6 because of queen takes, this typical trick. So it really does put the maximum amount of pressure on the black position. There has to be...
Yeah, this is the only move, right? Because... Oh, he's made a move.
Oh, he took with the knight.
This was
You're a
choice
bitter disappointment, Magnus. Queen f5, how hard can it be? Now, this does maintain the advantage.
Yeah. And there is a big threat on the board. Queen f5 is highlighted.
Yeah. Something
So-
has to go to e5.
Yep. Let me just check the path. Okay, there's only one move that saves the game, and that is the bishop f6 that you highlighted. Anything else?
Saves the
is
game
loses.
is, I guess,
Well, kind of. It's,
disputable, but it prolongs the game at the very least. Yeah.
yeah. But I mean, say for instance you were to go knight e5, that's just going to lose very quickly to queen e4.
Yeah. This just collapses.
And-
f4.
Yeah, you
Pin.
just go f4 and that's it, game over. So bishop f6.
Only move, which is
Only
nice for
move?
the defender, because he will find that, no doubt. Queen
Yeah.
f5 takes.
And then g6 is in the air, so you have to stop it. So knight e5 forced.
Yeah. Well, we looked at rook e5 earlier.
Yeah.
Queen f4, g6, but that didn't quite work out.
Yeah, that looked.
Knight e5, bishop back. Now g6 is not coming directly. Ah, but it's still a threat, actually. It's still unpleasant. And I guess if g6...
Queen f6.
Yeah, this probably still collapses. Because once the knight moves, queen g6
Yep.
is a topic again.
And f6, king f2.
Trying to hang in there, but black is too passive.
Yeah, and then king g3 is coming. So
Yeah,
yeah, that
Really
looks
good.
like curtains.
so probably he shouldn't play g6, but use this moment to try to get this passive rook out. The pawn comes. Well, still highly unpleasant for black, but with computer moves it doesn't collapse just yet.
Yeah. But yeah, it's nothing. We have a trick on the tour, by the way. If you're going to sneeze, you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth, and it stops the sneeze. Yeah.
Feels strange though.
Yeah. Apparently it works. We asked for some advice from our Twitter audience, and they gave it to us, and this one apparently works.
I can't speak anymore. I'll just keep my tongue there now. It doesn't only stop sneezing, but also the ability to speak.
Yeah, only for a second. And but we don't have a solution for coughing fits.
All right.
Nothing for that one, I'm afraid. I think the last time that happened to me, I had to just turn off my microphone and ran out and hope no one saw me. I think I might have got away with it.
It's lucky.
Yes. Okay.
Anish.
Yeah. Bishop f6. Only move to stay in the game.
Yeah, I think
He'll find it.
that one he's gonna spot. The
Yeah,
problem is the lines aren't very tempting even after. But if black tried something like 95, which looks logical, this we've covered, queen e4 just wins. And if g6, then white can just keep pushing forward.
Yeah.
h5, gh, and once
Queen
again.
f5, and oh, it looks like it's going to be checkmate. So no, that's looks horrendous. So we just, bishop f6, process of elimination, get rid of one of white's attackers. And yeah. So what about? It's still looking good for Magnus. I think he has very good practical chances to win this game. Let's go to Wesley against Anand, because Wesley had given up 2 pawns and it was looking very sharp.
Still does. He just went bishop f1, attacking the rook. The rook can go back.
It does, yeah.
d3 could be
Ooh.
the fancier option. Maybe it's a bit too fancy.
But presumably the you can round it up and then just hold. So rook a8.
Wondering if he wants to offer a move repetition with bishop g2, but Anand not forced to bite shove, isn't he?
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, but then rook d6. Keeps the game alive.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, Vichy plays rook a8 back without much thinking.
He
And
is
here comes the
offering a
bishop.
draw.
This is the silent draw offer, or maybe not yet, but I would guess he wouldn't mind to get out of this with half a point or 1 point at least. But Vichy, of course, has every right to continue the game here, even if he lost this pawn. Wouldn't be the end of the world. Rook d6, maybe there's some trickery.
Are you trying to go bishop? Could you go bishop a5?
Sorry.
Bless you. Bishop a5?
No, rook a6 played, Vichy's saying.
Uh-huh.
Rest day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wesley looks very happy that this game is over.
Yeah, but you know, I think it was a great game. I really enjoyed the way Wesley played, and he took risks. And I thought Anand actually defended very, very well. I mean, he saw f6, tense game, and I think it's a very fair outcome.
Yeah.
And thing is, though, the action continues, because these two will have to battle it out in Armageddon. And Wesley will be in yet another must-win situation. He will start with 10 minutes on the clock. Anand will start with 7. The players won't get any increment until move 40, upon which they get a very small 1 second increment per move. And Vichy will have the draw odds. And yeah, great.
Would you say that's the perfect round in Norway chess? Like an exciting 2.5 hour draw, and then we also get the Armageddon. Because somebody had won, we wouldn't get the Armageddon, no?
I mean, I have to say, I love the Armageddon feature to it. I think there's so much excitement. I mean, yesterday's game where Shaq played against Topalov, and you know, the pieces were just moving as quickly as they could possibly go. You know, Topalov was visibly under stress, and you know, and it was just a lot of fun to see. And I felt a bit sorry for the players, I have to say, because obviously it's stressful for them, but it just kind of shows the sporting side to chess.
Sure. Clock is being reset. And yeah, we'll see that Armageddon in a bit. Yeah, in the final position. Vichy could have continued. Computer says rook d7. And black is much better, but it looked like he was also fine. Wrapping it up for today. And we'll see how the Armageddon goes.
Yeah. And what about the game between Wang Hao and Shakriar?
That's a weird game.
That's still weird.
I don't want to look at it.
Yeah. Is that going to be heading to the tense battles of Armageddon?
No, I think black is better, and Mama Jaroff refused the move repetition earlier. I would expect him to keep trying here, like hit this pawn. And yeah, I don't understand any of Wang Hao's moves. It's an exaggeration, but it feels like he's a bit all over the place today. Let's hope he's doing okay. But I would expect that game to continue for quite a while. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
rook c1, bishop d6, stopping knight f4. H5 is in the air. Maybe white is fine, but it feels I think Mama Jaroff will try here, rightly so.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, just on the off chance, there's kind of speculate that maybe Wang Hao isn't feeling so well. What's the kind of worst thing a player can be feeling? Is it ill? Is it tiredness?
I don't know. Like, I think everybody gets ill or gets some kind of cold during a tournament. Normally, people can soldier on adrenaline for a while. Of course, it's not great. I don't know. I guess it's individual for everyone. Sometimes for me, it's sometimes just when a tournament is not going well and the self-loathing after you lose a game or two and just feel like you can't play, just getting into your own head. I don't even need to get ill or tired. That can be worse. When it comes to tiredness, I think they're all used to chess tournaments and they've played so many that normally you're of course very tired after the game, but then you have dinner and sleep, and on the next day, of course, it wears off a little bit, but it's not like people collapse like physically during events. So I don't know. I've never been like seriously ill during an event. I'm sure there are situations where you just can't keep playing. You see it very seldomly, that someone quits a tournament because of illness.
Yeah, that's true actually. I also have never been seriously ill during a tournament. But one thing I did have an ear infection where the world was just spinning.
Oh.
I actually played some great chess because chess simply was a distraction. I could just focus on the pieces and just think about that rather than the fact that I actually constantly wanted to throw up. But tiredness, for me, I can't play good chess.
No, me neither. But I also think I should make a disclaimer here that I'm actually not a medical doctor, but anyway, here's my theory. I think usually your body also understands when you're playing a tournament. Now is not the time to get sick, and very often it happens that then you're back home for a day or two, and then your body says, "Okay, stress phase over. Let's get that flu out of the way." So I'm sure there's an explanation for it, but very often, like the tension, the adrenaline, the energy actually makes sure that you only get sick when it's done and not during. That's my theory.
Yeah, they do say that. They say that when you're working as well, you're working super hard and you take a holiday, get sick during the holiday.
Always.
It's like, But I do have to say chess tournaments, especially the big opens, they're breeding grounds for getting sick.
That's also true. Yeah,
often you're playing in a big place. It's not necessarily the best ventilated. Lots and lots of people. People coming from different countries, bringing new germs, new illnesses, and then everyone gets sick.
That's what I dislike about chess tournaments. It's the people.
The people are cool. That's the thing I missed the most actually during the pandemic. The people. I missed going to tournaments and just chatting with everyone, just talking about chess, talking about stories, and just having fun.
So what do you say the pandemic has affected your social life?
Yeah. Yeah,
For me, no change whatsoever. Basement.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, no, for me it was actually quite emotional playing my first tournament. Did you not get emotional after the pandemic and you played your first event with people in front of you with wooden chess pieces?
No, Thailand Open is not until October, so I'm still looking forward to those emotions.
Okay.
But seriously, no. Of course, it feels strange after 2 years. I mean, there were some options to play during the pandemic, but I hadn't seen a real board for I think a little more than 2 years either. Maybe one exception. It felt very strange to sit there.
And what Magnus is thinking hard about his position. Bishop f6 played. Well, we are getting ready to watch our favorite thing. It's happening in 2 minutes. It's an Armageddon match between Rajabov and MVL.
Can't wait.
I can't wait. What are your predictions?
Draw.
Ooh. Draw.
Yeah. Magnus, Queen F5.
Ooh, what's the time situation like for Magnus?
They both have 40 minutes. Not time trouble yet, but also not endless.
And they're only on move 22 as well. So again, you have to remember the players are not playing with increment until they reach move 40. Okay. And the second Armageddon game between... Yep, that's bishop takes knight forced. The second Armageddon game between Wesley and Vachier will actually start at 1950, so 10 to 8 Central European time. And that means there might be some overlap, so we might switch to whichever's the most exciting one.
Fishy.
Yeah, I am excited for both these games.
Nice. There they are.
There they are. Our gladiators getting ready to begin the game. They have to get themselves in the right mindset. They have to be prepared to move fast. And they have to be prepared to calculate quickly. Everything is gonna get accelerated. As you can see, I get super excited by this. The handshake and they are off, and we see knight f3 on the board. And what are we seeing? I think it's gone into...
I always get nervous when Maxime doesn't play the Grunfeld, or also when he plays the Grunfeld.
Yeah, well, it's gone for a Queen's Gambit accepted. Ooh,
good choice.
B3.
Because Rajabov, he's inclined to play solid lines here, B3, but in a must-win situation, I'm not sure if these solid micro-pressure lines are what the doctor ordered.
Well, he has the time actually to navigate the subtleties, whereas Maxime might not.
Yeah, but
Pawn takes
this is
pawn.
well established. Bishop E7, Maxime even had games here. And it's a very nice line for white in the sense that it's completely risk-free, but it's very hard to put too much pressure. So B5, this is all well known. Good choice by Maxime, at least, the way how this went. Still, there's a theoretical debate, all kinds of moves here. But having a symmetrical pawn structure is not a bad starting point.
Yeah.
H6.
H6.
Doesn't want to move the knight yet because of potential knight C6s.
Well,
It still feels a bit slow, H6, but Maxime does not have all the time in the world. Maybe it's just a good move.
no, maybe, but it does feel slightly slow. Queen C2, Rook C2. I would play Queen C2. Okay, he's gone for Bishop F3.
You must win.
Yeah, well, okay, exchanges are good. Simplify the position for black.
Yeah,
And,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, but bishop takes bishop is not
No, I guess
ideal.
Rook A7.
Rook A7, swing the rook over to D7. It's a niggle for white.
Yep. Was he done? Queen D7?
Yeah.
Looks logical enough. Yeah.
I don't
Just
like this.
The knight once again.
Yeah, I don't like this. The queen goes to E2, the rook will come to D1. Ask questions.
Even takes in Queen F3 if we keep swapping. I don't know, maybe it's not enough. But there's still these weaknesses.
And Rajabov thinking he has the time to spare for this. He has just under 8.5 minutes on the clock, whilst Maxim is just under 6 minutes. Queen C2.
C2.
So
That allows.
I was
Rook
going to say
C8,
Rook
does he wanna
C8, but
take
he
or
wants to
not?
take it.
Ah.
There's a trap. There's a big trap on the board. Rook C8 is going to be met by Queen takes Rook. Whether it's good or not,
Yeah,
that's
that's
yet
the other
to be
question,
found
how
out.
big a trap it is. 'Cause once again, we could get another queen versus 2 rook situation. Less clear cut, but I still think the queen is okay here. Let's see how Maxime feels about it.
Well, one good thing about this is that he will have to calculate.
Now he goes rook a7.
Rook a7.
That looks
He burnt a little bit of time taking that decision.
deep. But yeah, maybe it's a good move. Queen c7, now he can take. And more exchanges are coming.
Maybe now is the time for the bishop takes.
Mm-hmm.
Take control of the c line.
Yeah, these guys
Put the
are
rook
still
on
not
d1.
coming out. Yeah,
Still asking black some unpleasant questions.
I agree. Not the end of the world, but still work to do for black.
And okay, on the board.
Does take.
Is he going to do queen takes bishop?
In the meantime,
Okay, so how to answer this? Need something direct. I think maybe it's the time for your queen trade. White
yeah,
can't
takes
really.
95, looks normal.
Yeah, white can't really like refuse this queen exchange because, as you pointed out, okay, so there you go. Queens have been traded. Knight e5 makes a lot of sense, stopping the rook from a7 on a7, connecting itself to its partner on d8. And still, Maxime has to answer the question, what is he going to do with his knight on b8? Okay, Rajabov. He actually only now has a 1 minute advantage. He's just under 5.5 minutes, and he brings in his king. Okay, rook. Maxime needs to speed up. He has just under 4.5 minutes.
Control the clock well.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6 looks normal to stop 95. I still believe in Maxime in this one.
And if he were to get a situation with 1 second increment,
Yeah, he looks focused, I think.
yeah,
He's able to make a lot of moves there. He grew up in the mean
well,
chess cafes of Paris, where every game starts with 0 seconds, 1 minute.
okay,
0 minutes, 1 second.
Bishop f6 on the board. Okay, maybe we're going to see king e2. Maybe it's now the time for Rajabov to try to kick back the black knight in the center.
Yeah, white still has a micro edge because this knight is not moving in the c file, but it's not obvious how to make progress here. Maybe 91, f3, or 92 even, just trying to pronounce this guy is misplaced still, but once it gets out, it can be nothing very quickly.
Well, I was thinking knight d2,
Yeah.
just to...
Takes. Yeah, it's still unpleasant indeed.
What is Rajabov considering? He is now going down to 4.5 minutes. And just checked top computer recommendation, knight d2.
Boom. There you go.
Yeah. Sometimes I get it right. Second one is to play knight e1, which was your suggestion.
I'll take it.
Yep. But still, the idea is clear. White needs to start putting some kind of pressure on the e4 knight. Oh no, Rajabov now under 4 minutes on the clock, and this is not great news.
Played rook e1? What kind of move is that? Rook e1? Why?
I don't know. It's mysterious.
It's very mysterious.
Okay, rook d7 quickly
Doesn't make
moved.
any sense to me.
Rook c2.
Rook d1 to e1. Why?
Aha, maybe he wanted to go rook c2 and didn't want to allow e5.
Ah, okay. Oh, that explains it.
Very deep.
Weird.
Deep move. But then again, if you were to play rook c1 here to try to gain some control over the c-line, are there any e5 ideas? Probably not.
Could be for now.
Yeah, I was thinking g6. And now it's Maxim's turn to use time on the clock. So now he's under 3 minutes and the players are on move 21. So still some moves away from reaching the golden number of move 40. And we can see the other Armageddon match is about to kick off. And we see Wesley adjusting the pieces, Vachier getting ready, getting in the right frame mindset to get the action kicked off. And that's it, they're off. And we see Wesley open up with an English.
So we just abandoned Maxime and his time trouble
Oh.
to see this line again?
No.
Vachier. Time for d6, safer. Oh no, Wesley deviates first with d3.
I think.
But that allows Vachier to play a setup with e6.
Okay, I'll keep my eye on the game between Rajabov and Maxim.
We can switch. Knight g5 played by Maxime, yeah, who's still suffering from what we call undeveloped knight syndrome, but yeah, he also took a lot of time for knight g5. No, this could still get ugly. Rook c1.
Yeah, definitely. And Rajabov is kind of now feeling like he's in full control, and especially when you look at the clock time. Maxime now under 1.5 minutes, and he's only on move 20. What move is it now? 24 or something.
He's used to playing with horrible knights in the Grundfeld,
22.
often on a5.
23.
This position. Just so easy for white to play as well. Rook c1,
Rook
king
c1,
e2,
king e2, rook c8.
You put a rook somewhere here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, rook c1 on the board.
Maxime is speeding up, but it does not solve his positional problems.
Okay.
King f8 brings the king a little closer. Bishop c3, nice move, hinting bishop b4 or bishop a5. So king e8 can't be played because of bishop a5. Nope,
Looking
it's not
problematic.
great.
Maybe it's time to go bishop takes knight.
Yeah, but that's also it's also very unpleasant because the stupid knight on b8
Yeah.
just never gets into the game. Yeah, bishop c3 was nice, and Maxime also burning time here. Doesn't look well.
No, it's not great news and difficult position on the board. It's difficult to suggest a move, and he actually just plays rook e8.
Rook e8, that's barely a move. Yeah, he had to do something.
Bishop check, the king. And Maxim retreating the bishop, maybe suggesting a bishop trade, maybe repeating the moves. And Rajabov says, nope, let's keep the tension on the board, keep that bishop off. Now, knight retreats. So I think Rajabov is just simply... these kind of moves look a little bit strange, but I mean, he's keeping full control of the position.
No, the key is just this idiot. And even if it ever moved, then rook c6 would be a problem. g6, weakening the h6 pawn, so it invites e4. In the meantime, in Vachier, we have a somewhat close position. And yeah, we'll switch there once the drama is over.
Yeah.
It looks like Maxime's position has gone towards the point of no repair. The engine bar is going nuts here.
Yeah, I mean, the first move that comes to mind is put the rook on the state's
rook
row.
c8 plate.
And a big threat on the board. Rook takes rook. Check, and followed by another rook coming on c8. Yeah. Is there any way to defend this? No.
Doesn't look good. Bishop d8. Only chance. Maxim showing his defensive prowess, but the e5 pawn drops. If white just takes everything, it takes on e5, leaving him a pawn up with dominant position.
Yeah.
Or I guess knight takes e5.
And
directed.
28 seconds on the clock for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and they are on move 31, which means that they are a few moves away from the magic number, move 40, upon which they will get a 1 second increment, which is not that much time. And, well, Rajabov just playing very efficiently. He's making the trades and take the pawn. And still black has a bad knight at the end of it. It's not like he can get out.
It's pretty lost.
19 seconds.
Also taking his time to study the position.
No, but he has no time to do that.
It's so bad.
Move 35. Rajabov also playing with under 1 minute on the clock.
Rook h7.
And Maxim now
fairly
with
hopeless.
Seconds to spare.
b4.
Classy
Very
move.
precise, keeping the king shut in. And Maxim resigns. Nice victory for Rajabov, who rightly evaluated that it makes no sense to push his luck in the classical game, because there you start with equal time, while in the Armageddon you have 3 minutes more with white.
Yeah. And let's head over as quickly as we can to, and it's on the board, Wesley So against Vichy Anand, and it's a closed position. All the minor pieces, barring the light square piece, bishops are off the board. And this one, gosh, it's very tense. I mean, just take a look at white's bishop. It's so bad.
Well, it can go here.
Yeah, if allowed. Oh, now it can go to h3. I would play it immediately. Okay, so Wesley going for the attack, trying to soften up the king side. And Vichy, he has no fear. He's showing that time and time again. Simply captures the pawn. Queen e2, bishop h3. I would play queen e2. Or bishop f3. Was this a bit too risky by Vichy to just allow his king to be exposed like this? But queen d7 is a nice move. Queen is threatening to come to h3. You shouldn't allow that.
Yeah, it looks like Vichy knows what he's doing.
Oh, feels like it's a great defensive job by Vichy. Combining
C3,
both counter-attack
busy.
with attack. Yeah. Rook c3. Where is Wesley's attack?
No, Wesley decided to play a slow line in this game. But Vichy's hand and his instincts in such positions are as good as ever.
Ooh.
So,
Lovely.
stuff.
Lovely move by Vichy there. He doesn't go chasing the a3 pawn. Instead, he goes for a critical pawn, the pawn on d3. Bishop takes pawn. This is unpleasant. I mean, if you were playing a classical game, you would probably just look for ways you could bail out with a draw.
I think you can
But you
bail out
can't.
here.
You
I
can't do
think
that
it's
at
just
all.
Lost. Or not just lost, but very bad.
Okay, I guess Wesley has to kind of hold on to the d3 pawn. What does he?
Takes on h5.
Yeah, but there's bishop takes pawn.
Also managing the clock well.
Ooh.
So there
Ooh,
some
wait
queen
1
f3
second.
trickery.
There is queen f3 trickery.
Oh, and yeah, he
Oh
missed
no!
that one.
Turn around.
Oh,
Oh no!
f takes e. He could have gone bishop takes e2,
Bishop.
ef king h8. But de queen f3. After all the praise, we jinxed him. And all of a sudden, it's bye-bye bishop. Because if the bishop moves, queen f6 comes. Oh no.
Oh no.
We did jinx him.
Yeah.
Now
And
it's piece down, and this should be winning for white.
yeah, but well spotted to Wesley. You know, what a nice trick. Creating opportunities when he sees them, and now it's just about consolidating those pieces, consolidating the king. I mean, there's some chance. You know, black has some lovely pawn chain in the middle of the board.
It's a bishop.
It is a bishop. And when we look at the clock situation as well, Wesley has plenty of time, just under 4.5 minutes.
What a turnaround. Anand completely controlling this whole game, but then he missed. There's one tactic, queen f3, hitting f6 and d3. And it's
Yeah.
all lost.
Totally.
Instead, yeah, if bishop e2 here, he would not have lost this game. It's now after queen e2. Black is too active. Tough.
Tough, tough, tough. But interestingly enough, Vachier, in an interview yesterday, said that in his Armageddon match, he deliberately did not play quickly when he was
smart.
ahead on time, because he wanted to fight that instinct. And we still hear that he just played a tempo, fell for a very nasty trick, and that's it. Game over. Now the queens are off. Rook to e3. Nothing that Wesley can't handle. Bishop is simply going to retreat and defend the pawn on e4. Rook a2, attack the pawn on a6, and now it's just a matter of the white king joining the fray.
Yeah, it's not much to hope for.
Yeah.
The d pawn alone is not going to queen. Waiting passively. White will just enter with the king and then break with g4, g5, or
Yeah.
h6.
Rooks belonging behind
Put the
past
king on
pawns.
f5.
I agree. I agree. It is all over for the Indian legend. But it isn't just all doom and gloom, because he is still in the lead. He will still pick up 1 point, which puts him on 8.5 points. And he will still be ahead of Wesley. Rook b7, king moves up. Maybe they're just going to agree a draw.
Why?
Oh no! Sorry. Wesley needs to win. I forgot about that. Okay, the bishop is going to move to.
No, I guess he'll go king h5, provoke h6, and then try to relocate. Anand's waiting for g4, after which at least the king would be a little shut off. That's still fairly hopeless. Rook to d8 plate. If Wesley ever runs out of ideas, he can always go rook d7. And eventually there will be Zugzwang, and the d pawn is not queening, but he doesn't need to either. And Vachier just resigns.
Yep, because he's constructed a nice mating net around the king. And great game by Wesley. A very nice trick, and it was so close for the Indian grandmaster.
I don't understand why he resigned here, actually.
Because the bishop is going to come all the way down.
No, this plan. But
Yeah.
But okay, of course it is very lost.
He came very close. Just one careless slip up, and
Yeah, that's
that was
good
it.
about him, because he also took a draw in a probably much better position in the classical game. And then to be so close in the Armageddon to allow Wesley this one nasty double attack. He won't be thrilled. We are of course thrilled to see what the world champion is doing. They've reached more or less this position we've seen earlier. G6, knight e5 takes, knight takes. Magnus still firmly in the driver's seat. This knight is pinned, the rook on f8 is still an idiot. White will eventually break this black construction. So Carlsen, big favorite to win here. We'll go on a brief break after all this excitement, all this drama, after these Armageddon, and then come back, hopefully with more. I even hope, even if Magnus is winning, I still hope they make a draw just so they can play more.
Welcome back. And we've already seen 2 games finish decided by Armageddon, and one game that actually looks like it's on the verge of perhaps finishing is Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri. Because, you know, Anish has been struggling now for a while, but this actually is starting to look quite dire.
Yeah, he's still pinned and the rook on f8 is still stuck. White superiority on the light squares seems to be the decisive factor. Now he can add additional forces by pushing the e-pawn up the board, just in time to go e5, bishop out of the way, e6, e7, and it doesn't look like there's much that Anish can do about it.
Okay. Here was I thinking that you could just simply try to win the queenside pawns.
Also possible.
Also possible.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with taking them, but I don't see how he wants to stop this march.
Yeah, that in fact looks incredibly deadly.
This king g7 doesn't really change anything.
Bishop
e5.
goes back.
And if you try this, the bishop just goes out of the way. Rook e5.
Impossible.
This bishop f7. If not, e6 is coming. So it does look like, yeah, the world champion is cashing in on this earlier decision by Anish Giri to give his queen, which, yeah, we've mentioned before. But ever since, it has been one-way traffic, and black just faced an uphill struggle. Magnus didn't always play the computer move, but never gave away the advantage. And looks like he's on the verge of finishing this game.
Yeah, certainly looks very, very good for him, winning, in fact. And someone else who, according to the bar, is also looking like they are in winning mode is Shakhriyar Mamadjarov, who we've seen him. He had a very nice position with the black
what
pieces,
happened here?
but yeah, it actually looks like he's converted it into something material.
And the bishop d2 just picking up material here. We've mentioned before, Wang Hao looked shaky today. We're not sure what's happening. But now Mama Jaroff is an exchange up, and it doesn't look like white has enough for it. Just recapture. White gives a check. The king goes. Not sure where. Guess back. Yeah. Bishop takes c3 as a threat, and if this knight goes somewhere, rook a8. Offering the exchange of rooks, if white insists, then rook a3. No, Mama Jaroff should win this, and yet it has looked like Wang Hao has had an off day. Let's hope he's all right, because yeah, what he did in the opening remains confusing. This bishop c2, bishop g4, bishop b3 sequence, sort of a quiet draw, or at least move repetition offer, which Mama Jaroff rightly declined with the best move knight c5. And yeah, wasn't Wang Hao's day so far. Doesn't look like that will change.
No.
Now Jaroff is taking a moment here. Maybe he's calculating the direct. Bishop takes c3 and is wondering if this is winning, which it might very well be. But I'd be reluctant to let this pawn get all the way here. But maybe it's just winning.
Yeah, but that kind of feels like it carries some risk, because one rook will be bad. And you never know, the white king could get active, plant itself in the center, and life for white still carries on. So much better to kind of keep full control on the position and not allow any passed pawns like that, as my personal opinion.
Yep, Wang Hao also in time trouble, down to 5 minutes. Not a great day for the Chinese star. Magnus, in the meantime, once again, you were right. Didn't push the e-pawn, but just calmly collect some pawns, which also looks plenty good enough. Black still struggles to get rid of this construction here.
I mean, if the a pawn were to drop, you kind of feel that Anish would simply just give up.
Yeah, rook h6, but it still
Bishop
doesn't
goes
change
back
anything.
to
Bishop
b3.
moves. Rook f6, trying to free the other rook.
But
there's still the old plan of pushing the e-pawn. No, it just looks fairly hopeless.
yeah, push the e-pawn, win the a-pawn. Anything is up for grabs for Magnus. He can do whatever he likes, and I think it still will be a win, which is one bad decision by Anish. And sometimes chess is very unfair.
Incredibly unfair. You give away your queen and you don't have a chance to come back.
But you did get 2 rooks in return, but in this particular case, it goes to show you need piece coordination, you need to assess those bishops of opposite colors, because black was just very, very weak on the light squares and just could not recover from such a weakness. So, yep, trouble for Anish. And let's revisit Topalov and Ariane, because last time I checked, white had the bishop pair. Now, Ariane seems to have neutralized that. How is the material of the pawn's material? Is the same. Looks like Ariane is doing okay.
Pawns are equal. Yeah, maybe some pressure for Topalov still, because it's hard to move anything with a b7 pawn. Constantly en prise. But yeah, it doesn't look too terrible. Our little software here froze the live chess viewer. We might have to restart it.
Okay.
There we see Vaseline still rocking the tie. Still hasn't opened the top button.
No. This is the sign of a boss. It's a very impressive tie.
It's golden.
Very impressive suit as well. And yeah, Ariane thinking, but he has lots of time to think. 20 minutes for 13 moves, more than enough time to get to move 40. And you have to remember the time control is that there is no increment until the players reach move 40, upon which they will get a 10-second increment per move. And Ariane thinking, I don't. Yes, his bishop looks bad, but I think he can. His position is solid enough that he can probably just carry on waiting with the rook. Just keep passing. Wouldn't that be funny, right? If he did that, if he just like went rook, I don't know, somewhere, rook there. Let's just say.
Do your thing.
Yeah, just see what you got. Okay, rook f8 I like, because that overprotects the f7 pawn.
He went queen d7, I guess.
Same.
These young people, they still want to do stuff. He's preparing rook to e8.
Also looks viable. But I mean, how would a bishop endgame look like if the queens and rooks just got traded off? I'm feeling that maybe a bishop endgame would be a little bit unpleasant, actually.
Depends on the kings, no?
Yeah.
If the king comes here, it'll be fine. But
Yeah.
if not, could still be some trouble. But for now, Topalov has to find a way to keep the initiative going here.
Yeah.
Something like this, rook e8. Do we have any tricks? Bishop f5, there's a check.
Yeah, well, you could actually go.
Could go here on a fancy day.
You could do that.
If rook takes e8 is mate, but taking here is legal. So it doesn't really do much.
But you could also just leave the queen on c5, and you can try to mobilize. Yeah, in the rook e8, you could try to mobilize your king. Because rook takes rook is not possible. That was like my one basic point.
Very true.
That was it.
So still, why does this keep moving? So, still not easy for Ariane to free his position completely. But there are also limited targets to attack. Let's see if Topalov finds a way.
Yeah.
Carlsen has played bishop b3. No experiments, just put the bishop on a square where it's covered by the pawn. Geary is going for desperate last counterattack here with his g-pawn, but it's frankly not attacking much. I
And
guess he wants g3.
right. But okay, even if he gets that, say for instance, white just ignores it, doesn't
Push the
even bother.
e-pawn away.
Yeah, I push the e-pawn. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking that how irresistible is it to capture the a-pawn? I'm not sure I would even think about moving the e-pawn.
Okay, you
Yeah.
really want that pawn.
I want that
I
pawn.
just want to end the game. Put the pawn here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the
Nothing-
best. I
Nothing
agree.
wrong with this.
But just be greedy, because sometimes being greedy just finishes the game as well.
No, it's hopeless for black. His
Yeah.
pieces are too tied up. Magnus can choose the most convenient way. Anish will try to make it messier here on the last meters, but with two of his pieces out of play. Hope is very, very limited.
Yeah. And what?
He does take, you're right again.
It's too irresistible, Jan. No one can resist the offer of some free material.
How can he resist this pawn push?
Yeah, that pawn push is just too direct and too beautiful. Most of us are just brutes. We want the extra material.
This looks very brutal to me.
Yeah. I agree.
But yeah, it doesn't run away.
No.
And g3, there's just not enough pieces
Yeah.
to manufacture any counter attack.
And ooh, have a look at what Shaq has just played against Wang Hao.
He's gone for it. Yeah. He's gone for the direct way. Yeah, probably is right. You just calculate this line. a7 looked forced, rook b7, bishop d4 takes. Now this bishop doesn't have a safe base here. Bishop b6, then just bring the king, go d4. Probably is correct in his evaluation.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Okay. So that leaves more or less everything being
So
focused on the Topalov against Aryan game, because that one doesn't look so clear cut. This one we think
this one
straightforward
Magnus gonna
win.
win. This one Mama Jaroff should win. But here, who knows? Queen c5, rook e8 is on the board. And now he could go for your cunning plan. Go king f1. And if takes, boom, checkmate. So
Yeah.
what does Aryan do about maybe king g8?
King g8.
Cover the square.
Yeah.
Black is quite solid. Now
Yeah.
we can take.
Oh, wait one second. Can we be a bit more sophisticated? Okay, so move the king back to g1. That was just me suggesting some random move. Can you make a move like bishop f5?
Yeah, but then queen d1.
Then
okay,
king
I see.
h2, and then after rook takes rook, boom! My winning queen f8.
So Black has to go passive. But still got everything covered. Barely.
Yeah. But not a winning blow, right?
Yeah, still hanging in there.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I just can't stop looking at this. I wonder when the e-pawn will start.
it will make
March.
its bid for freedom at one point. It will
Probably
do
not
it.
yet.
No, yeah.
Maybe put the queen here, just a little closer. Make sure nothing ever moves.
Yeah, there's nothing to be done. Maybe actually the e-pawn will never move.
Yeah, it's possible.
I reckon
Maybe
it's
the
probably
a-pawn will
a-pawn
do
will
it.
just move.
Or the king.
Yeah.
Nah, that looks
Yeah,
excessively greedy.
Yeah, everyone is saying in chat, put the queen on e7. They agree with you. And let's see whether you have the wisdom of the computer behind you. Yes.
Probably the computer says
Everything.
any piece to any square.
Yep.
Just don't allow this knight to jump. So you don't want to go queen d4, knight e5. I mean, it's oh, sorry, this knight is hanging. You can do that as well. But I still keep it pinned.
Yeah.
Or is this the greediest option? Nah,
Yeah. So
I don't want that pawn. Tomorrow's a rest day, but
yeah, I was going to talk about the
the
psychological.
big chessboard.
Yeah, the big chessboard is going to be. It's going to be basically introduced to the world, and there will be, as far as I know, don't quote me on this, there will be a team Magnus and a team Vichy, and it will be a consultation match between the
that's
members,
exciting.
and they will make the moves. And I've been told the pieces are very, very heavy, but they have wheels attached to them, so it will also be perhaps a joint effort to move them, although it might not be because the pieces have wheels. I'm very interested in how the knights move.
They probably have wheels as well, no?
Yeah, but how are you going to
Get past your own pieces.
Yeah,
You have to wheel the other pieces out of the way.
or you can go like around. You have to go to the edge of the board.
There will still be pieces, no? If you want to
Yeah.
start the game with one knight f3.
Yeah, but you can
It's
go
very tough.
backwards. So if you say you go to G9 and then around, but maybe
Is
it's
that
not
even
possible.
allowed? Is the knight allowed to leave the board to
But
reappear?
maybe it can't actually. Maybe it needs to be on the board in order for it to
To
wheel.
roll, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to see it. I mean, the action
can't wait.
starts at 1 p.m.
I'll be there at 12 just to make sure I don't miss anything.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. And well, Jan, you got your wish.
What was my wish?
Your wish was to see
Ah,
the
the e-pawn.
e-pawn move, and
I
it
should have
did.
gone queen e7.
Yeah, I think you're just quibbling over details.
H5. No, the problem is black can only move this rook really, or his
Mm.
king, but even the king has to stay in touch with this. So Magnus. Maybe he'll go king g2, just
King
Just
G3.
for
Or maybe
funsies.
he will just push the a-pawn.
yeah, put
That's-
the
that's
bishop
the
here,
kind-
push this guy.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
It's a hard position to spoil.
Yeah. And okay, so this looks like nothing can go wrong for Magnus. No.
Wesley, he's played f4, cunning. Same idea.
Yeah, I thought about this, and this was my first reaction, but then I quickly thought about taking it back because, yes, you have that trap. Rook takes rook, not possible because of back rank mate.
What are the
However,
odds Arya misses it?
yeah, he won't miss it. 100%. He's going to move his king to g8. And then what are the benefits of pushing the pawn to f4?
They never move back.
Exactly. And I'm thinking in order to defend it, you're going to have to use your pieces or your pawn, and then there's going to be another weakness. And I thought, no, calm yourself. You don't need to do this. You should just set another trap like bishop f5.
I agree. Queen c7 by Magnus.
Mm-hmm.
But now Geary should go g3. And if the pawn gets taken, boom, come back.
Yeah. Well,
Probably would spot it and take it with the pawn, or go f4 or something. But still. You
no,
gotta try, Anish.
He's reaching for something else. Yeah.
It's a sad situation.
It is. Yeah, I was also going to talk about the psychology of losing
yeah,
before
sorry.
a rest day.
So
They're painful
It's bad,
losses,
yeah?
right? Yeah, because, I mean, what's your opinion? Do you have the rest day to mope and just kind of go, oh no, I played so badly? Or is the rest day the perfect day to recover?
I think losing is always bad
Mm-hmm.
before rest day or not. I'm not sure if it matters, but if you could choose, you probably lose before a non-rest day
Yeah.
to be in a slightly more cheerful mood while you're wheeling giant pieces around.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think it really, for me, it hurts to lose before a rest day because you can't help but think about this loss on the free day when you should be concentrating on other things.
It's like in football when a team scores right before halftime. They always say it's the perfect time to score.
Yeah, undoubtedly.
Would have been too earlier, but right before halftime. That stings.
And well, Anish getting ready to make a move. He's got just under 5 minutes to come up with something. It's either that or resign.
Yeah, he could resign with a clear conscience at any moment, but he's looking for that one last trap.
Yeah.
Move the king out of the way, so at least the knight is allowed to jump somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep, unless he's gone for king f6.
If check, king goes back, and once again,
but
trap is there.
you can have played bishop takes knight,
Cynic could take here, yeah.
and then capture another pawn.
It's still winning, but it would also be the best position. Black has had all game.
Oh,
King
but
h6. Magnus just
Magnus-
pushes now. a4, he's not afraid of the knight jumps, 95, queen d6, or knight g5. How do you do this?
Queen d6.
Queen d6 and
Queen
queen e7.
e7.
The knight has to jump back.
Oh.
Oh, that's a sad move to make.
Oh,
Wow.
dear me. Yeah, it feels like it's a broken record on repeat. Just when you think you're out of it, back in again. But the knight on f7. Oh, oi, oi. Ah, well, the world champion will be very, very happy.
That is likely.
Did you see that? Did you see that video of the world champion getting swamped when he arrived yesterday? He came late because there was some traffic issues, and they asked him, you know, there were all these kids waiting, and said, can we take a picture with you? And he said, yeah, but you've got to be quick. And that was it. The kids all kind of like swarmed and surrounded Magnus within seconds. And he was just like, oh, okay. And yeah, he took a picture, won his game.
Did they tackle him to the ground?
No, but they moved so quickly that they could have. It reminded me, have you ever seen that YouTube video? It's a great one, of I think 3 professional footballers against 100 kids.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen it. But the kids, I didn't like their strategy. A lot of ball chasing there.
It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But yeah, you're right. And how many goalkeepers did they have, these little kids?
I didn't count.
I don't know, so like 20 of them defending, and there's the professional still just gets it in the back of the net. Well worth a watch, actually.
What do you think if Magnus had to fight, let's say, 9-year-old kids? How many would you have to send at him in order to take him down? 'Cause he's a strong guy.
I don't know.
Like 3 9-year-olds he can defeat for sure. But let's say 10. If they don't make this typical villain mistake to attack one at a time,
Yeah, that's.
they all come at him.
I never understood that. You know, in Kill Bill, you know, she just polished like 50 of them because it was like one by one.
Yeah, I've
Makes
seen
no
it happen
sense.
a lot in movies. Like
Yeah.
it's really strange. They don't attack together.
Yeah. No, but they do. No, but I've seen them also attack together, but no, they place themselves in. We have a
Anish
handshake.
resigns.
And resigns.
He's seen enough.
And that's it. The world champion picks up his second classical win and nets another 3 points.
Yeah, some friendly chatter there after the game.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're not saying anything.
No. Yeah, this loss is perhaps quite painful for Anish.
Yeah.
You know, was maybe some preparation, that he had some clever move orders in the opening, and then he takes one bad decision to trade a queen for a set of 2 rooks, and it just doesn't work out.
We'll see if the world champion joins us to explain what happened.
Yeah.
But he also has this giant pieces game tomorrow to prepare for.
Yeah, he's the captain of the team.
Oh.
I wonder whether it goes like this. Actually, has this ever been done before? So Magnus and Vichy are the captains,
Well,
and just like
speaking
the
of-
playground. Oh yeah.
They're co-leaders of the tournament.
They are co-leaders of the tournament. Yeah, and 1 point behind them is Wesley with 7.5 points, MVL with 5.5 points. And yeah, still lots of games to play for and lots of points to be won. No, I was thinking that the captain should be like sat there in the playground and they choose the players. And they say, you know, Magnus says, I'll have this player. And the other one goes, yeah, I have this one. Who would be left behind?
Oof, I'm not sure how they would do it. But I would think Magnus would have Tari on his team, no, for Norwegian solidarity. I don't think he would just pick by rating. So,
I hated that on the playground. Were you chosen first? Or were you chosen last?
no, neither. I was usually in the middle of the pack. But it's a nerve-wracking procedure.
Isn't it? I was always chosen last.
Oh,
Well, not
sorry.
last, but one of the last ones. No, I was cool with it. But I was like, you don't know what you're missing. I was very self-confident
So it was
as a youngster.
motivating.
Yeah, I was just like, these people just don't know what they're missing. You know, I'm very athletic. I wasn't, but whatever.
No, I don't know. How would the draft go? So who do you pick first? If you're Magnus, you have the first pick. Can't go wrong with Wesley. Seems in good shape.
No, Wesley's good choice.
Yeah, and it's Vichy's turn.
Yeah.
Ah,
I don't know. Mama Jaroff, he's strong too. He can move these pieces around very quickly.
Yeah, but is he a good team player?
Yeah.
You think his style is able to?
Yeah.
Because I don't know whether the players. Okay, well, if it's discussion chess, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, he's a good choice. And then I think, well, MVL was a good choice.
Yeah, you want to have
Yeah.
Maxime on the team.
In fact, all these players are good. You can't go wrong. Anish is also very strong.
Sure.
And shall we revisit the game Wang Hao against Shak?
Yeah, still ongoing, but it does look fairly grim. For Wang Hao, I would guess that rook takes e3 wins here. Not sure you want to do it, probably not, but I would assume this is winning. Still, some work to be done to create two passes here, so probably there's cleaner ways to do it. But this pawn will sit on b6, so maybe still some work. Can you grab that guy? Here.
Yeah.
It looks reasonable enough. If there's no direct tactics, but now you can also
Give a check.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can even allow this rook to be captured because these endgames are simple now.
Yeah.
What happened now? Rook before he went g5. Now once again this should be reasonably straightforward. Although I'm not sure if you want to give white two passed pawns. It does look winning. And it's winning, but yeah, I guess it's easy enough. The king looks after rook, controls the b pawn, and we push here.
The king to assist.
I think you do. He doesn't need to do it, just 5.
Ooh. But hang on a second, the clock situation is quite dire for Wang Hao.
The board situation too.
Yeah, but he only has 16 seconds on the clock.
We are past move 40, so you get some extra time, but not a lot.
No, just 10 seconds.
Mama Jaroff trying to decide here.
Could you do your idea, but maybe do it a bit more refined? Maybe like rook takes bishop now, and after pawn takes, you go f5.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that then I don't know what.
Or maybe you can go.
Here takes e4 because I don't want to be left with.
Yeah.
F and H I want to connect to, guys. And here I can't count, but I guess
No, you
this is
can't.
bad news. Yeah.
Can't catch. Yeah. So that would not be a good strategy.
No, F5 seems fairly safe.
But then the
with
rook can give a
threatening
check.
to take as well. Check, we go away. No, and start to checkmate.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's actually checkmate, but it looks winning. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great.
Reasonably straightforward. Is Wesley making any progress? Oh, you might get your bishop endgame.
Ooh.
And this is a good version with the white king.
Yeah, this is a fantastic
Very
one.
central. So Ian probably can't do it. Yeah, this looks lost.
You can go.
I was gonna say bishop takes, but then black is in time to lock the king out.
Yeah, I wondered whether you could do one of these. I'm sure it's just flashy. One of these sacrifices. He was a Vachier-Lagrave's,
Yeah.
but
I
it's
think
way
it's
too
much,
slow.
But maybe king takes, and then if c5, there's king d5 already. And if not, king d4 comes.
Okay.
This endgame looks winning.
Yeah, that looks great. And my father's endgame rule of this triangle pawns stands once more. I'll never forget that. I think I was about 8 years old at the time, and he was like, "Look at these pawns. Right, they're useless."
It's the first time I hear this. Like,
I don't know where he got
good
it
to
from.
know.
We read through a lot of books together. He was very patient. He had to be, because I was a kid with too little attention.
Yeah. Ian rightly avoids the exchange of queens, gives a check, king f3, bishop f5. And now if queen e8, can he go queen f8? Probably not. No, he goes king g7. Probably still active enough to hold the balance with all these weaknesses.
There's still no check though. So could you play something like g4?
Yeah, I guess it takes.
And then maybe you centralize the queen, right? Pawn takes bishop.
Still tricky. But the black should be solid enough here.
Yeah.
Was this a move? It doesn't do much.
But black isn't losing any pawns or check. So you can...
It feels closer to a draw than to white having anything. But yeah, g4 is on the board. Some care still needed. Bishop d3, queen d7 check also played. Stopping this queen d6 setup.
And whilst this game is still pretty much unclear, it's better for Topalov, but whether he'll win, that's still to be determined. We have to go over to Wang Hao, because it looks like he is just totally lost now. Well, he was lost, but now it looks like it's not in doubt.
Nope. Still.
F.
Yeah, no, if you go f4. Or just chase pawns.
Rook g4, and then the king moves, and then you go, okay, then you go f,
Yeah.
f4.
Also maybe just back. It does look hopeless. Maybe f4 directly also works. I was worried to allow the bishop here, but probably doesn't matter. No, messing with that. Mama Jaroff will convert. No doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you were to go f4 immediately, yeah, and here I wanted to go rook takes bishop. Oh, was that draw? Have I messed up? I was thinking
no,
king
we
takes
wanted the
pawn.
left
No,
with-
king takes pawn.
Oh.
I was thinking, but maybe I've messed up.
No.
Yeah. Ooh.
Mate,
So there's still some. It's not totally lost, as I inadvertently claimed. Still some chance for Mama Jaroff to go wrong, but Wang Hao doesn't have too much time. He has 7 seconds. He has to make a move to get that 10-second increment, and he's gone for bishop takes pawn.
F4 played, bishop d4, king f5, takes the pawn. I guess you just take this b6 pawn to be
Yeah.
done with it.
And once again, seconds on the clock for Wang Hao. And the problem for him, as Jan is highlighting, the king is coming in to weave a deadly.
h6, but that puts the bishop out of play too.
Yeah, I'm guessing that you can simply put your rook on the third.
g4 also looks nice, I think, because you provoke f3 and then
And then
the
you
king
go-
goes away, and all of a sudden it's
We-
mating nets.
You can also put the king on h4,
Yeah, well,
wherever, yeah. Threaten checkmate.
no, it's just gone. Strange game for Wang Hao.
Yeah. Somehow it just didn't work for him.
No, he felt off today. King g4 played.
And
Vachier-Lagrave won't let go here. And rook h7, f3.
f3.
The rook finishes the job with checkmate. Next move, actually.
Yeah, nothing to be done there. So I think the only chance to prolong the game is to get f3, but as we saw, that didn't do anything
It's not gonna
other than
prolong it
delay the
much.
inevitable. No. Okay.
I think
Well, he's gone
resigns is a legit option here. He's played rook
Rook
f7,
f7.
stopping f3 for now, but Black can insist.
for... Yeah, he should insist. Why, sir? But hang on a second, there could be some tricks and traps, right? So if you move your rook,
This is a trick.
yeah,
I don't know if it draws, but it's pretty. Maybe it does draw.
yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, so
Don't
there.
resign, Wang Hao.
No, he's set a very sneaky trap. Wow.
So the other rook maybe does the trick, because now
Yeah, because,
there is
yeah, and
rook h6.
but presume, and if you go G7, then
We have
just
a bunch
simply,
of rooks, yeah.
yeah, too many rooks spoil the day for white. Okay. Wow, this is a big moment. What do you think? He'll spot it or he won't?
Jaroff is too good.
Yeah. Also, he's taking his time. This is the kind of trap that you fall into when you just rush things.
He
Yes.
plays rook 1b3.
Full
move.
control. You can't get time. You don't have time to fool Mama Jaroff. Rook takes pawn.
This is not direct checkmate, but it's still checkmate adjacent.
And
Wang Hao, I
that's
think,
it,
resigns. Yeah, that
resigns.
was the last trick.
And
Jaroff.
in fact, we actually had a result in the Wesley
draw.
Topalov Ariane Tari game that finished in a draw.
So we
So
get
we're going to see another
Armageddon.
Armageddon. Ooh, exciting.
And everything else is finished?
Yes,
That escalated quickly.
I know. So we had 2 decisive results in the classical games. Wang Hao losing to Mama Jaroff, as we just saw. And of course, Magnus Carlsen beating Anish Giri. And we saw Wesley So and Timur Rajabov both defeat Vishy Anand and MVL respectively. And one Armageddon game still to be played, and that's between Veselin Topalov and Ariane Tari. And yeah, Ariane Tari with 3 points, currently in 9th place. So definitely 1.5 points would bring him some much needed happiness.
Yeah, 3 draws in the classical games, has yet to win and Armageddon. Let's see. Today's the day. Spirited post-mortem there.
Well, Wang Hao looks okay, doesn't he? So
It does look okay. I wonder what they're debating.
Boy, this is where I have to use your lip reading skills.
Nah, I can't do it with Mama Jaroff. It's rough.
Yes. But it's nice to see the players just analysing afterwards, smiles on their faces, whatever the result. That's
Often
what we
it
like
seems
to
like
see.
they're more relaxed after the game than before the game.
Oh, nice to see the finger gesticulating.
Yeah, he's pointing at the squares. Jaroff must be thrilled to pick up this victory
Yeah.
with the black pieces.
Definitely, much needed 3 points for the Azeri player. He has such an erratic style. He wins the game very easily in a very convincing fashion, and then next game he will lose in a very sharp game. It's just a joy to watch. And both players finishing off with a smile and a laugh, and that's what chess is all about, just having fun.
What's more fun? Maybe Armageddon. It's the only way their day could have been even better if they could play an Armageddon. No?
Yeah. But well, I'm sure they will have that delight
Yeah,
ready
will be
and
more
waiting
chances.
for us in the next rounds.
It's not like Wang Hao didn't offer it.
No, I know. He did suggest at the beginning of the game, let's repeat moves. Let's go straight to Armageddon. And Shaq said, no. Let's play. And he was right to decline that offer of a repetition.
So what's the situation here? We're waiting for the final Armageddon.
We are. And we're waiting to see whether Shaq joins us in the studio.
Oh, also.
Yeah. So it would be nice to have him on the show. And in the meantime, the arbiters are getting ready, setting up the pieces for the big Armageddon matchup between Veselin Topalov and Ariane Tari. What do you think?
I don't know. I think we go on break and we go guest hunting. And
Yes.
if they all turn us down, as they're prone to do, then we come back with the Armageddon.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan. Okay, we're going to take a short break and we'll see you. Welcome back to a very short break because we have great news for you because we have Shakhriat Mama Jaroff in the show with us. And you just beat Wang Hao with the black pieces. How are you feeling to win your first classical game?
Okay, first of all, thanks. We played this Roy Lopez opening variation, and it was very, I think knight c5 it looks like a new move. I played after bishop c2 is very funny, bishop b3 back. Normally, of course, I agree draw, but I remember as I played with my one of the seconds. We have 200 difference. He played after bishop g5, bishop b3, draw every time against me. And finally I check myself and I find knight c5 move to play for win. And I played against him and I win after knight c5. It's a very good line. After knight c5 is not bishop d5, knight e5, bishop knight e5, bishop a8, queen e8, yeah, knight bd2, castle, h3, bishop h5, g4, knight g4, h takes g4, bishop g4, rook e1, bishop d6. And after this is for engine again is draw position, but I don't know how it's draw, but is without rook is more interesting to play. I mean, because it's, yeah, I know rook, but very good attacks. I think it's about equal position. But okay, I think why not to play this? Of course, after if I played bishop e6 move, he can play another moves, and he can try to play. I mean, it's not means he played for draw. Maybe he was not happy about bishop g4. But after knight c5, he played bad move, I think, and immediately I mean, black is absolutely no problem. It's some advance after c6 because two bishops and easy to play. But I'm not sure I played well after this. But still, knight d3, knight b2, I lose many tempo, but still not easy to play with white. It's a very important moment for me. I think for Wang Hao, it was we played normal moves. Every move, yeah, bishop d7, yeah, king f7, yeah. I mean knight a4, knight e1, bishop f5, g4, bishop g6. Everything is good. A very important moment, knight g2, yeah. Play king f7, rook e1. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why he not play knight f4. I mean, only one moment. Not why not inside rook e1, knight f4. I think it is looks knight f4. I think he afraid knight bishop d6. Very good. Looks knight d5 is two bishops h5. But okay, I mean here is g5 move. I don't like after g5. I think his position is again near equal. I mean, okay. I mean two bishops, not easy to play. End game, and he just missed my I think he just not play rook e1. After rook e1, I mean here is losing position because rook d1, if played rook d1, bishop c3, knight c3, rook d2, and rook c5 is very strong move. I just sacrifice this rook, and rook c8 is 3 pawns, is just come pawns, is no active knight. And just pawns is coming, and king e6, and easy winning position, I think.
Yeah. Very impressive analysis there. We liked how you handled the position and how you just built the game up.
Okay, I mean here is point system is absolutely different, and you need to try. If you find your chance to play for win, you need to try. For this reason, I think his knight c5 is very good chance, because I know this move, but is my opponent, he don't know knight c5. For this reason, and also I know if he will play right moves, his position is about equal, is no problem. I think it was very important moment, knight c5. I am not sure, but I think it's note. I think knight c5 is very good, very interesting move. With, and after this, not easy to play with white. I mean, of course he don't want to play draw. I am sure. After bishop e6, he will play another move. Yeah, bishop e3, knight d2, million moves. Yeah, but when you now knight c5, of course you need to play sacrifice.
Yeah. And do you enjoy playing the Armageddon games?
No. For me, it's it's normally okay. I played yesterday very good position against Wesley. I mean, I think somewhere it was winning position for me, but I missed after we played, and it was very bad to play against Wesley. Is end game without pawn for time. Yeah, I mean normally we all need to agree draw like gentlemen. Yeah. But we forget in a few minutes we are gentlemen, or we want to just to play for win. Yeah, I mean when you have 5 seconds, okay. I mean for this reason it is a little bit sad for me. I don't like to play for win like this. But Armageddon is very good for chess lovers, chess fans. Of course, for chess players maybe it's not easy, but for all I think it's very nice.
Yeah. We enjoy watching the Armageddons. We were a bit sad, actually, that you didn't take.
Go back. No, well, that was very impressive. Refusing to make a draw with black out of the opening, and also for Wang Hao, it must be very unpleasant. No, if you say with black.
I mean, he lost in this moment 30 minutes. I mean, of course, I think maybe he will. Okay, I can play one time bishop e6, bishop c4, but after play. But if he will play some another moves, bishop e3. I mean,
Euronoid.
I mean, also like 92 million moves is long variations. But if he lose 30 minutes from opening, why not to play this strange but very interesting move?
Yeah, very nice.
I think when I played this move, Anish come and look, he was not very happy because he looked my face. I say, why knight c5? Why normally bishop e6? Because knight c5 looks really very strange. But I am sure it will be main line if you black want to play for win.
Yeah.
I have to ask, because we talk about it every day. I think you guys had an interview and you said you used to study chess 10 hours a day, but you got up at 4 in the morning before school? Like, I understand the hours, but so early in the morning? Oof.
Little bit, Azerbaijan is my country is a little bit different about school. Yeah, I mean, if you are a very good sportsman, if you are very lucky, very strong sportsman, our school is not very important. Maybe because you can just work very hard and to go to school. I mean, I just take this way. I mean, just forget about everything, and it is easy to see. I mean, you will see is nobody miss school because everyone speak English very well. Me, but little bit different because every time chess, every time to try to work with chess. Of course, it was. I mean, 4 o'clock also because it was not placed in my house, in house to
so
work in chess. Yeah, it was very good to go park 4-5 o'clock. I mean, it's absolutely good. I mean, it's absolutely strange, absolutely, but I was very happy with this.
Yeah, and Rajabov told us that you once worked 16 hours on chess, and then you had, it was too much chess. Yeah, of course. I think it's all Azerbaijan young players worked very hard. I mean, Rajabov, Kashimov, me, or Mamedov, Kusenov, everyone. When I start to play in open tournaments, Rajabov was grandmaster. I mean, like this, I mean, or Gashimov. Of course, it was too late for me, but for this reason, I start to work very hard.
Oh, and it paid off. Congratulations for today, and enjoy the rest day tomorrow.
Thank
you. We ask the classical question: how do you spend your rest day? Do you have any obligations to play with giant pieces or something?
Yeah, you have to play the giant chess.
I don't know about my plans because tournaments is not easy. You play every day is 1-2 games, and we will see. I will see how I will wake up, and after I will see, and I don't know.
Yeah, you will just see how you feel. That's a good strategy. And we have been asking some of the players this, but what kind of music do you enjoy before a chess game?
I think it's a little bit different because normally I like Turkish music, and the Turkish music is like classical music. It's not like rock, not like I mean, it's like classical music. Yeah, I mean, for this reason I like Turkish. Also, my national music, Azerbaijan, is also very good. I mean, just classical. I don't like it's like rock. I just like to listen music and sleep. I like this.
Music and sleep. Good advice. Thank you very much, Chakria, for joining us. And once again, big congratulations on winning your game in a very nice way.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And we are back and we are ready for the final piece of action that is going to happen between Topalov and Ariantari. They are getting ready for their Armageddon game. The handshake is out and that's it. The players are making their moves.
Topalov looks thrilled to have one more chess game today. And he plays the Jocko piano, knight c3, repeating the line from the classical. Will he deviate or will he stick to h3?
I think he's going to deviate. He's in a must-win situation. Or he might do the same thing. And,
those are the options.
Yeah.
There
he goes for the same. Okay.
a6, a4 was the classical game.
And, well.
He could go bishop e3 directly if he felt.
Yeah, he could do that. Or he could just simply repeat, grab space, and come up with an improvement elsewhere. No, bishop e3 directly. There it goes. And what are we going to see? Bishop takes bishop.
Now bishop b4 is a little less tempting because white hasn't committed to pawn to a4 yet. So Aryan goes d6, allowing this structure where white captures. Black gets double pawns. There's also pawn to d4 now. I'm not sure how tempting that is, but it is a legal move. Just changing the structure completely.
Yep, lots of moves played. One game has been played by Aronian and Levon, and that just went a4. So, okay, Topalov castling.
That allows takes and knight to a5. I'm a bit surprised he would allow this, because that's why you play a4. Aryan doesn't do it. But here, he could have gotten rid of this bishop, which I think solves most of Black's problems. But he doesn't do it, he castles now once again. White has a choice between a4 or taking here. I would guess he was going to play a4 now.
That's my guess as well. And yep, on the board, and therefore we have a change from the earlier game, rook e8. And what are we going to see? Bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, it's always a question if white wants to chase this micro advantage with bishop c5 and then knight d5 or knight e2. It's not very much. He goes knight d5 directly, but it's also not very much. Bishop e6. Yeah, Black is very stable in these positions.
Yeah, that's true. And now we see the exchange of bishops.
Knight e3.
And knight e3, the knight's going to go to the f5 square, if allowed, of course.
Or just recapture on c4, like knight takes c4, bishop c4, knight c4, b6, something like that is fairly typical. It's not much for white, but at least there's a little something to work with these double pawns. You can just prepare f4 forever.
And we have to remember that the time control has been that Aryan has started the game with 7 minutes, whereas Topalov started with 10 minutes. And Ariantari has draw odds, and Topalov, well, he's doing a similar strategy that he did before, taking
a5
as much.
I'm not sure, like rook a d8, because after a5, Black potentially has counterplay with b5. But to do that, you need to keep an eye on the a6 pawn, which he can no longer do after rook a d8. So rook a d8 I didn't like much. Knight d2 now. Black's position is very passive.
Yep.
And white can just start thinking about f4. He shouldn't do it directly, but he can prepare it. King h2. And
He goes queen
e1.
e1.
Okay, knight d4. Now f4 is a bit tempting because the queen can come over here quickly and it's still all covered.
Well,
King
he's
h2.
preparing it for one more move. And one thing that's super important is that Topalov needs to play as quickly as possible, because yesterday we saw how stressed he got when he just had seconds remaining, and he's maybe missed his chance because Aryan has prevented white from breaking out with f4.
White shouldn't play g3, which looks tempting, but then there is the knight fork. So, yeah, knight h5, nice move, but it's hard to stop these breaks forever. White has all the time in the world. And rook a d8, as mentioned, I didn't like, because with the rook on a8, you can still play b5 here. Well, these knights look nice. They don't really do anything. They don't have targets to attack. So Topalov can just keep shuffling. Yeah, queen f2, whatever. One day he will break free.
Yeah. I guess we'll take his time about it. Is c3 ever an idea as well? Okay, obviously not now.
Because it creates this target for the black rook. I mean, even if the pawn is not hanging directly, in general, I don't think you want to touch it unless it's really, really needed. The question is how white can get ready to play f4, though it's not that straightforward. Maybe queen here at some point, and then g3.
He can do it now.
He keeps maneuvering. Rook fd1.
Oh dear.
h5, interesting. Pushing white to play h4, but I think white wants h4 anyway. Once again.
Yeah.
Possibly preparing g3.
So white's idea is maybe step back. Okay, first of all we go h4, step back with the queen to f1, then g3. You got it.
For example.
And actually, Arian's knight on f4 doesn't have too many squares. And Arian doesn't have so much time on his clock. Of course, he's fighting a time deficit. He's got just over 4.5 minutes. Topalov, just over 6 minutes. We've kind of said it so many times, just needs to play so quickly, needs to take some good instinctive decisions, and he goes for h4. Good. It's what we want to see.
Yeah, tough position to play with black because you don't really have any pawn breaks that help your situation. You could try f5, but it also leads to a lot of weaknesses.
Okay.
Goes queen f6, and now he plays c3. Wow. Okay, rook fd1 already indicated that, but I'm still very surprised. I thought, especially after queen f6, g3 is what you want to do.
Yeah, I thought that he was going to go g3 and then maybe afterwards c3.
Maybe he has something specific in mind. If knight e6, then g3. Ah, no, this pawn is hanging. What's the idea? Knight e6, there must be some
Knight e6?
trick. Ah, is this knight trapped?
Oh, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe you also have knight d5. No, but his rook takes.
Knight goes back to c6, g3, knight d3, and the same trick. The knight is trapped after queen f1. Nice spot by Topalov.
Yeah.
Arian has to try knight f4 and play with the piece down, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Queen h4, queen h3.
Yeah, and if queen f4, you probably just step up with the king to h3.
Yep.
If it doesn't lose.
Nah, why would it? There's only the queen as an attacker, the knight, and the rooks are far away.
Nice trap by Topalov to net himself a piece. And clock situation is good for Topalov. It's Arian Tari who's got 3 minutes.
97, he's trying to
Yeah.
prepare maybe g5, but white is too stable. Queen f2, queen g3.
Yeah, and following good advice, which is just simply to trade off queens, protect the king. Queen g3.
Yeah, queen g3 looks fine.
And I'm guessing what?
Playing quickly too.
Yeah.
Knight g6 looks like the best try, but then just hg5, and the queens still get exchanged. Yeah, knight g6 played, but after hg the queen has nowhere to run. So this looks like game over, frankly.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
very nice.
very nice trap from Topalov. Very instructive maneuvering of the knights and also the pieces just to drive Arian's knights back. And yeah, the queens are going to get traded. Arian is down on time. There's no chance.
It's resignable, frankly. c6, but not clear what he's hoping for. Because b5 is still impossible, so it's just hurting the structure further, but it doesn't matter. It's just lost. Queen takes f4. Looks like the simplest, but
Also, I was thinking knight f5. Black's queen is not going anywhere. And one of white's knights, I think, could even think about going to the d6 square.
begging
Okay,
for the pawn
now
exchange.
it comes off.
Another pawn falling. Yeah, you can
Okay.
resign here. Yeah.
And that's
he
it.
does.
Hans, that's it. Tovalov has won the Armageddon game against Aryan Tari. And there we see Topalov giving Aryan some words of advice. It was a very instructive game from the Bulgarian. The way that he allowed
B5 counterplay.
D4, yeah, and a nice trap.
Push. Yeah, and Aryan's story continues. He's solid in the classical games, lost 1 but made 3 draws, so that's a pretty good result because he's of course the rating underdog. But in these Armageddons, he is yet to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah. Yeah, he seems to be very well prepared in the classical games. Just here, something seems to go wrong. Somehow they trick him.
What to do? They are world-class players.
Yeah. And
We'll see if Wesley and Topalov will join us to talk us through it. What happened?
yeah, and in the meantime, let's take a refresh of the results so far. So Magnus Carlsen, he did beat Anish Giri in the classical game, so he gets 3 points. Wesley So defeated Vishy Anand in the Armageddon, and another classical victory came for Mama Jaroff, who defeated Wang Hao. And taking a look at the leaderboard, we see Vishy Anand is no longer alone at the top. He is joined by Magnus Carlsen. Both are on 8.5 points. In third place, we have Wesley So. And taking a leap up the standings with the 3 points he gained today is Mama Jaroff. He's on fourth with 7 points. So with the scoring system, really anything can happen, and there are still more rounds to be played. And tomorrow, it's just a rest day, so the players can take a well-deserved break, enjoy a giant chess set, the opening of that, and yeah, then get back to more fighting chess.
Yeah, it's sad. I don't know. Whole day without Armageddons. I'm not sure what I'm going to do all the time.
Relax.
They could have a little Armageddon tournament on the rest day, I think, and just
Yeah,
all
just
play all 10 versus 7. White has to win.
That would be a good tournament. I would like to see that. One other thing that I would like to see also reintroduced is lightning chess, or maybe buzzer chess, where everyone has to move after 30 seconds.
How does that work?
So buzzer goes off and you have to make a move.
If you don't make a move, you lose?
Yeah, it's great.
rough.
No, it's great, you know, on the move. This is the new televised format for chess.
Sounds excellent.
It does.
Just 30 seconds sounds too long. 5 seconds.
5 seconds is a bit. The buzzer would just go off all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't move.
It's a great idea. You should pitch it for
Yeah,
maybe the second rest day. It looks like tomorrow they're busy.
yeah. I'm not sure about 5 seconds. I think we might have to do a little bit of a viewer poll, and maybe.
But 30 is too slow. Like, if a game lasts 40 moves, then 30 seconds each. I can't do math, but it sounds long.
Yeah. Well, okay, maybe we'll compromise and maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds. And yep.
There he is.
There he is. We are getting ready to welcome Veselin Topalov to the studio. You do. Sit
great
down.
fun.
Come join us. Congratulations. Yeah.
Finally something is happening.
Yeah, it was a very good game, very instructive.
Yeah. No, the good thing is that it's very easy to play somehow with white. I mean, you solid.
Yeah. And did you choose the opening, bearing in mind that maybe the game could go to Armageddon?
No,
No?
no. No, it was. I mean, of course, I kind of tried to, to win, and I was really close. Apparently, at some point in the slow game, I was almost winning, but I went for a position which looked much better for me. and instead I should have kept the two bishops, and then it's really almost impossible to defend somehow. And then he defended really well. I think it looked ugly, and I had many tricks. I could place my queen, on f5, on d6, all these tricks, but it looks like they never worked.
So, at which point did you have this?
For example, here I had queen f5.
Yeah,
but my idea was to go for an ending, and that's the reason I kept my pawn on c4, because I needed the square c5 for the king. Okay, it's a long plan, but and it's okay. f4. I think I play f4 here. No?
Yeah.
And then just the king comes. So it's also very, very good for white. But I think here, for example, I could go queen d6. But it's also true that white doesn't really want to take on d8, so he can just ignore. And of course, I had this trick here a bit earlier that when I played rook e3, here I was counting on king g8 and then bishop h7 and rook d3. Yeah,
very nice.
That was also, there are many tricks, but of course he saw it. And then probably my mistake was that to remove the queens from f6, because if here, so I mean, I played king f3, I guess, no?
Queen e5 first?
Oh, here, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have played that. Maybe king f3 or, because queen c5, it's only one check. Maybe even g4 to close the bishop. It also looks really close, because one check and then black has still the trouble with the bishop, so he can, he can take, yeah? But maybe, so it's maybe not, so here, maybe it's not so good. So, okay, I played queen here, and and maybe g4.
Computer says g4 here.
Yeah, exactly. Because, it looked to me that my plan was to place my pawns on the dark squares on this flank and then go for an ending and to move my king to c5. And that's the reason I didn't want to place my pawn on a white square, light square. But, of course, then you stop also the bishop. And then after bishop f5, it looks that I have many checks, but maybe it's not.
Yeah, there I was holding a brilliant.
Yeah, somehow he found all the moves, and this looks, because I can also take on f5, but then he has the square g6 for the king, so I can't take the pawn on b7 with check. And so, and then in the second game, I like the structure I got, and he should have, here for example. I think a5, maybe the thing is somehow that when I placed my knight from f3 to c4, as in the game, maybe he should go something like knight b4, maybe, I don't know, with the idea to play b5.
Yeah, I was very critical of this move, rook a d8, because I think after a5 you need some way to play b5, so leave the rook there.
Of course he could. Of course he could also play.
b5,
I think he should just put the pawn on b6, and then not to allow a5. Here, instead of rook d, I think instead of queen d7, I think b6 is correct.
Yeah.
And then black has always the counterplay to remove the knight to chase the knight from c4. So it's very important to not to allow a5. And here I started to like my position because white's idea is to prepare f4, and it looks really good. And because with two knights and the knight on d4, it looks good, but it's not really attacking anything. And then sooner or late somehow maybe rook f2 f2 was even stronger with the idea to queen f1 and g3, but with the same.
But you have
idea.
so much time, no? You can always
Yes,
reshuffle.
sooner or
like
later,
black doesn't
yeah.
break.
So I had also the trick to give the pawn on d3 and then trap the knight.
Yeah, that was nice.
So it's here, and then maybe the knight on e6 was better than on.
C6, yeah.
Yeah,
But you have the
because-
same trick, no? G3.
Yeah, the same trick, but maybe then you put your knight on f4. But still, it shouldn't be enough. So it was many moves were like very easy to play for me. So
It's over. Yeah. Nice game.
Yeah. And so tomorrow, rest day.
finally. Yeah. No, I really need it because games. Okay, the days are in fact twice as more intense when you have the tie breaks. I mean, you have simply more critical moments than in a normal round.
Yeah.
But I like the system because also one win gives you, even with three rounds to go, you still have chances. Yeah, you just win 3 games and it's 9 points, and it makes it a lot more entertaining also for players, I believe.
Yeah.
The system is good. Okay, it's the only drawback I see is that of course there are guys like me which are clearly not so good in rapid, so or blitz. So, for example, in a situation where your opponent he can play on or choose to make a draw and go for a tie break, of course, if he feels that he's much stronger, then he avoids playing interesting position.
Yeah.
But that's all the benefits, of course, compensate. Yes.
Yeah. And how are you finding playing without increments? Because
No, I mean, for example, again, Vichy, I was recording the moves, and still somehow I had the feeling that there should be some kind of additional time, but I just lost some time, and not. It was move 30 something. Not even close to move 40, and of course, even then, yeah.
yeah.
So far, I mean, I lost 2 games on time.
Oh,
okay,
dear.
yesterday, but
Yeah.
but anyway, it's.
But today you came ready for business because we saw the tie.
No,
Yeah.
there's nothing to do. No, it's I'm always ready for business, but it doesn't work always somehow. Sometimes it works, but today, well, so far all my tie breaks were won by white. Somehow Black was not able to hold.
Yeah, today again, 3 victories for White in these tie breaks, like these 10 versus 7 so far. White is completely crushing.
Yeah. It shouldn't be such a big difference, in fact.
Yeah.
But it looks like.
Yeah, they told me that in 2019 it was the black pieces that were actually winning.
I don't believe there should be so big problem to defend, you know. But
I have more tie questions. Doesn't it bother you if you have the button close to play? It makes no difference? Like,
yeah, it's a bit, yeah. Yeah, you're right. But you're right. No, somehow I just, I'm going to miss the closing ceremony because I'm flying to the United States together with, we have some thing there in Charlotte. And then, but suddenly I have several ties, and of course, without opening is already over. So
If you brought them, you
I
gotta
will
use
miss
them.
the closing ceremony, so I have to show it.
Of course, we were admiring the tie. We thought it was
Yeah,
very
looks
smart,
nice.
very nicely done.
Maybe I should wear it again because so far it brings me luck. Yeah?
Are you superstitious? Do you
No,
keep the same
no.
pen or the same
No,
cloth
no,
or
no,
anything?
no.
Nothing.
No, I mean the problem with being superstitious is that it can also go the other way around. That's if it's positive, then if it works, it's okay. But sometimes, okay, if you lose, then it means you should never worry the game. No?
Yeah,
Something.
That's true. And anyway, I'd like to thank you very much, Wesley, for joining us in the studio, sharing with us your thoughts. And I'd like to thank everyone at home as well for watching the show, for joining in the chat, and for sending us your messages. And thank you, Jan, and thank you to the players. And tomorrow will be a rest day, so don't forget, we join the action on Sunday, 5 p.m. See you then.